Sir, now you can share. You can share.
Yeah, I'll share it when after I start speaking. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I think we should now start. So good morning, everyone, and namaskar to all. Now we're going to start the day one of the 53rd annual conference organized by the National Institute of Science, Education and Research, of course, on virtual platform. So today we have with us Professor Ravi Srivastava, who will basically deliver the keynote address on the theme one, that is migration, reverse migration, and development. So with this actually brief note, I welcome everyone, and I will request Professor Ravi Srivastava, the President of Orissa Economic Association, to preside over the meeting, and Professor Keshav Das to actually moderate the session. So now it's over to Bhavesh sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this session on the theme migration, reverse migration, and the economy. Professor Ravi Srivastava, former professor of JNU Delhi, is the keynote speaker. A hearty welcome to him. We look forward to hearing from him. Professor Keshav Das will be introducing him to this August gathering, and he will be also moderating the session. So with this, I hand it over to you, Professor Das.
Thank you very much. Very good morning. And what a way to start the technical sessions. What a grand way, because we are so very happy. We are privileged that Professor Ravi Srivastava is with us. And so I think more than the keynote address itself, I think his vast experience as a teacher, as an educational administrator, and someone who has very close interaction with also the civil society. I think he's a very highly respected, very concerned academic of India, and we are extremely happy and proud that he's with us. And just to introduce him, and just for the sake of general information for all, he's currently the director of the Center for Employment Studies at the Institute of Human Development in Delhi. But then for long, he was a professor at the Center for Studies in Regional Development at JNU. He was also dean there. And one of his very significant sort of contributions, and for which I think many people sort of respect him, I think his very substantial and substantive role as a full-time member of the NCEUS, the National Commission for Enterprises in the Unorganized Sector, which did sort of very, very, I think almost path-breaking contribution they have made in terms of the overwhelming informal sector and how to address a varieties of issues. I think Professor Srivastava was one of the key persons in that committee. And so he also has been the president of the Indian Society of Labor Economics. And currently he also is the president of the Economic Association of both Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh. So it's a real pleasure that he's with us. And in terms of his education, his education had been at the University of Allahabad, University and Delhi School of Economics in JNU, and also in the University of Cambridge. So he has received sort of Commonwealth Fellowship, Fulbright Fellowship, and he has been also sort of awarded as the University UGC award in economics. He has received. He's also received for his extensive and very substantive work on labor issues. He received the B.B. Giri Memorial Award, and his work sort of like I would sort of broadly think that he works on regional and local development issues, but then he has made excellent contribution in the field of labor, employment, migration, social security, agriculture, rural poverty, and I think the most important area I would personally think is his contribution to informal sector, and his policy engagements at various levels, both at the state level and also the central level. I think it is really a great privilege that he's with us. He has been the chairman of the Institute of Development Studies in Jaipur. His association with the Ministry of, with the UGC, with the ICSSR, and he has done a lot of work for different government departments. And of course, he has been he has done several work with UNICEF, ILO, World Bank, ESRC, UNFPA, UGC, and Sastri Indo-Canadian Foundation. He has published published 6 books and more than 125 research papers. So, sir, so we are very, very happy that you are with us. Not happy in the sense that you are a very nice person, very approachable, very concerned, sort of academic, but I think we are really looking forward to listening to you because of your great experience and you being one of the most fantastic teachers that we know of. So let's listen to Professor Srivastava. Please, sir.
Thank you, Keshav. I'm sorry for the technical hitches in the beginning, which we took some time in resolving. It's an honor, Professor Sen, Professor Keshav Das, and colleagues in the Orissa Economic Association to be invited to speak at the association's conference, the association's virtual conference on issues relating to vulnerable migrants. Perhaps many of you will not know that actually I started in my career. I have been engaged with some amount of research on Odisha. In fact, I started with my first researches on Odisha in 1988, which could possibly be well before or sometime before some of you might have been born. Since then, those engagements have continued in some form or another. Including looking at migration issues in Odisha, or basically out of Odisha, you would say. So that has been it's been a privilege actually in that sense also to come back to Odisha to speak at the Odisha Economic Association. When Keshav asked me to speak on the issue of migration, I was a little bit, in a sense, initially when he wrote to me, and that was quite some months ago, I had already, during the course of the pandemic, given many lectures on migration. I was also continuously engaged with deliberating on policy issues and on speaking with civil society organizations, groups of civil society organizations all over the country. And therefore, it was something, I was wondering whether I had anything to offer at this stage. As all of you know, the migrant crisis hit the country in the face soon after the lockdown was imposed last year. And in fact, from the first week itself, we saw migrants becoming restive, coming out on the streets, wanting to go back to their home areas. And then through April, this intensified into April and May. And we saw this restiveness coming out into the open in and around Delhi, in Surat, in Bombay, in many cities in the south, and so on. And then finally, migrants hit the streets in an unprecedented number. There was for a period of 3 weeks and more, there was no highway running from south to north, east, west to east, north to south, and east, which was not full of migrants walking, cycling, using push carts, various kinds of vehicles, going back to the source areas, suffering great, great hardship in being able to do so. The stories, we all saw the visuals, read the stories, and this was a period when I think for a lot of people, the nation's conscience was seared and the recognitions that there was such large number of migrants who were contributing to the country's development came across to people who had never actually thought of migrants being there in such large numbers, and in so many walks of life, in so many areas in the country. So yes, this was one of the reasons why, because migration is an issue which had engaged me from the beginning, from the time that I started doing research. So this became an area to which I could contribute to the debates, and I was doing this. Um, but having spoken so many times, I was wondering what I would do at the Orissa Economic Association. But then I realized that the issue retains so much pertinence, and for at least two or three reasons. And one is that even though uh, we are still grappling with the issue of the rehabilitation is not the right word, but how migrants could be reintegrated into the economy and labor market, and how their reintegration could happen not in the way that had happened, not in the way that it had been functioning earlier, but in a way that could afford them greater dignity, greater rights, and more decent work. We were still grappling with it. The government of India came out with a very important document, which is the Economic Survey. And the Economic Survey was published only a few weeks ago. The Economic Survey is a document which is retrospectively reviews the performance of the economy and things which have impacted on it, and then goes on to look at the prospective side of the economy. And it devoted quite a lot of attention and space to the lockdown, the pandemic, its impact on the pandemic. It also included a section on the humane phase of the lockdown, how the lockdown had been handled in a very humane way in India. I read through, first I read through this section, and then I perused the document. I perused the document to see whether there was any mention of the migrant crisis and the handling of the migrant crisis in the economic survey. And I was surprised to find that I could not find a single mention of the migrant crisis in the economic survey. I then actually did a Google search to see whether the word migration figured even once in the economic survey. And much to my consternation, I found that the word migration did not find a single mention in the economic survey. So the largest humanitarian crisis, which I believe independent India had ever seen, in the shape of the largest exodus from the urban areas seen in India, some compared it to the kind of population exodus which took place during the partition period, with the attendant hardships, with the attendant consequences for the economy and for the migrant workers and their families, did not find a mention in the economic survey. Therefore, I felt that for us, a group of economists who are concerned with issues, it becomes very important to reflect on the topic and on the importance of the topic. Uh, and, uh, and therefore, the topicality remains. And that is one reason I thought that the fact that the Odisha Economic Association gave me space to speak on it remained very relevant. The second reason is I would say, a more long-term reason. As I told you, I began working on the issue of migration when I started doing my PhD. And this was, as you can imagine, nearly 4 decades ago. And my PhD was based on an intensive fieldwork in 3 villages in 3 parts of my home state, Uttar Pradesh. And during the course of the study, I found that that the patterns of agrarian change and transition in these villages could not be understood without looking at the patterns of migration. And I also discovered that the patterns of migration that I saw could not be encapsulated in the kind of macro data that I was looking at that time. So once again, the importance of the issue of migration, mainly and the patterns of migration, the impact on agrarian change, agrarian transition, because that was my focus then, seemed to me to be very important. And that is the time that I started looking at migration in different sorts of ways. Uh, when I, in JNU, one of my senior colleagues and friends, who is an outstanding expert on migration, uh, we used to have these long-standing debates. My colleague's entry point into migration was the two main data sources, the census and the NSS. And therefore, his take on migration came from whatever that data revealed, the census revealed and the NSS revealed. And the census as the NSS told another story. The story which they told was, number one, that migration, particularly circular migration and seasonal migration, is relatively unimportant. It covered a very small segment of the workforce and a very small segment of the population. Uh, Therefore, and secondly, the major role which was being played was by the kind of population which was depicted by the census in the NSS. Uh, and it also told us that the circular migration or seasonal migration was not increasing by a rapid rate. Now, my contention, and this is something which I have published for the past several decades, was that no, seasonal migration is not only very widespread, but it also, seasonal labor circulation and migration has been increasing in recent decades. And I mainly use field-based data by large number of scholars across the country, which gave me some sense of the intensity of seasonal migration to make my case. Now, this is something which scholars, including my senior colleague, did not accept because they wanted hard data. And hard data did not exist. From about 2009 onwards, given the importance of seasonal circular migration, I started speaking of policies, migration policy, and the changes required in migration policy. But I was among a small set of voices speaking both on the importance, magnitude of such migration and on its consequences for policy, various kinds of policy. It is also in this context that I came to see the crisis which hit us last year and which is still continuing. The fact that migration was something which not only static, it had been growing, that seasonal and circular migration was a large part of it, and that it was completely invisible in the policy domain. But even after the break of the crisis, in fact, yesterday itself, I was in another debate with another colleague of long standing, not at JNU, but an academic colleague. And once again, this came through the fact that understand that migration can only be understood through the lens of the census and the NSS. Partly true because they are the important data sources, but there is a confusion between hard data and other sources of data and evidence which we as academics must constantly look at in order to be able to come to our conclusions. And particularly at a time when hard data becomes less and less available to us. Do we then sit back and say, well, no hard data, therefore no policy implications, no analysis to follow? Or do we follow alternative routes? And this is another context in which I felt the talk was important. So I'll broadly break down my talk today into two parts. In the first part, I look at the trends and pattern of migration as I see them and try to locate migration, labor migration within a broader context. And the broader context is the context of the changes in the labor market and increasing informality. In the second part, I look at policy issues, and I will then locate this in the kind of policy changes which have taken place in the last few months in India, including, of course, the changes which have been announced in the recent budget. So, broadly speaking, this is how I would look at my talk. I will now share my screen.
Yes, sir, you can see now. Very clear.
Yeah, okay, just.
You can also make it full screen.
Yeah, I do that. Thank you very much. So we started late. Keshav, how many minutes should I take for the main presentation?
So maybe another 35 minutes or 40 minutes or something. So no
Okay,
problem.
thank you so much. Thanks. That will give me enough time.
Yeah.
So I just want to lay down the conceptual basis first in the first 2 or 3 slides in the databases, because this has been the source of so much confusion, even among academia, leave alone the kind of questions which are generally raised. Now, I actually, when you look at data, think of data giving us some information on migrants, which data is able to capture, and then not being able to capture information on a number of migrants. Uh, the data that we are able to, the migrants that we are able to capture in data, let us call them documented migrants. And the migrants whom we are inadequately able to capture or not able to capture, let us call them, for sake of any other word, underdocumented migrants. The migrants that are reasonably well documented or almost completely documented in the census and the NSS are long-term migrants. We can also call them permanent migrants. The migrants that are not so well documented are the long-term circular migrants. Let us call them semi-permanent migrants. So these are migrants. Who are the long-term circular migrants? These are migrants who have traveled to other places, have found a foothold in other places, in, let's say, in the urban, mainly in the urban informal economy mostly, but some of them may be in the formal economy. So, but they maintain a second foothold or a foothold in the rural areas. And they keep going back to rural areas in periods of stress, periods of unemployment, and for other reasons. They are circular because they keep going back to the rural areas, and many of them may actually end up being in the rural areas after the period of active life in the urban areas. And then the third category, for which we have mainly indirect estimates, although the NSS provides some direct estimates, are the short term or the seasonal circular migrants. These are workers who alone or sometimes with their spouses, sometimes with children, uh, go to other areas for work, work for a period of time. It could be a season, it may or may not coincide with a season, uh, and they then revert back to the rural areas. So they don't have a fixed abode in the urban areas. They don't have a proper abode in the urban areas. Their abode habitation still remains in the rural areas. So broadly, so my major argument, starting argument is that the long-term circular migrants, although measured, are not properly measured by the census and the NSS, and the short-term seasonal circular migrants are largely not documented by these sources. Now, if you look at the final thing, basically the long-term migrants, they can be working in the formal sectors, or they belong to the top layer of the informal economy, quite a few of them, or they could be informal regular workers, or they could be self-employed workers, and so on. So they could be all kinds of workers, but the higher weightage among them it belongs to the top layers, and that is something which is shown up by data. Uh, Again, the long-term circular migrants can also belong to all types of the workforce, but a larger part of them belong to the informal economy. They are either working as informal regular workers or in informal sector self-employed workers or informal casual workers. But finally, when we look at the seasonal migrants, they mainly belong to the informal sector. They are either informal sector self-employed, they work as rickshaw pullers in the transport sector and so on, or largely they're informal casual workers. So there is a kind of a pyramidical structure with the long-term permanent, semi-permanent workers being slightly more predominant at the top, the long-term circular migrants having a presence in the top but being more predominant at the bottom, and the seasonal circular migrants being largely predominant in the lower layers of this pyramid. Now, out of these kind of migrants, I regard those who are in the informal economy as being vulnerable migrants. So those who are in the informal economy, excluding the top layer of the informal economy, are or vulnerable migrants. The rest, the formal sector formal workers and the top layer of the informal economy, even if they happen to be migrants, are not really my concern today. Sorry. Yeah. So again, look at this. Basically, think of all migrants, which the census and the NSS captures. Uh, Long-term migrants, the long-term circular migrants, for whom we have data only from the NSS. The NSS 2007-8 gives us data on long-term circular migrants. Uh, they about a large part of them are captured by the NSS survey, but there is another part which is not captured by NSS survey. And then we come to short duration migrants who are largely not captured by the census in the NSS. There is only a small part which is captured in the NSS service, which captures seasonal migration. So there is one big chunk of migration which is actually not documented by the data sources. Now, this chunk of seasonal circular migrants is something I have tried to estimate in many alternative ways. As I said earlier, since 99,000 in 2007-8, the NSS actually had a schedule by which it tried to estimate short-term out migrants. Initially, those who were away from 2 to 6 months, and then in 2007-8, the definition was from 1 to 6 months. So basically, people who were away from their homes for a period of 1 to 6 months for employment. And the numbers that it came up with was fairly small. The estimates, the population census adjusted estimates were 12.2 million in 99,000 and 15.2 million, 15.2 or 1.5 crores in 2007-8. We also have the IHDS2 estimates for 11-12, and these are really broadly similar: 13.3 million within 1 year and 22.2 million within 5 years. Now, these are the estimates which scholars refer to because they come from the NSS and so on. But my, as I said, my argument is that these are underestimates, and from and in various papers that I have written in 2011, in 2012, and all, I have tried to give alternative estimates. There was an argument which I had with another scholar some years ago on estimates of migrants, a debate which we had on the estimates of seasonal migrants in the construction industry. Where I contended that his estimates were probably inaccurate. And after that conference, I went back and re-estimated. I tried to re-estimate the number of short-term seasonal circular migrants and other types of migrants in the construction industry. Many of you would know, and I'll show this later, that the construction industry accounts for the largest proportion of seasonal circular migrants. I did something which many of you might find interesting, and I would suggest that you look at it in a paper which I published in 2018, where what I did was that I first used the GSDP growth, the employment elasticity estimates, and the GSDP contribution of the construction sector to first look at I looked at the GSDP contribution of the construction sector state by state. And then I used the employment elasticity, the average employment elasticity, to look at the workforce in the construction sector state by state. And I wanted to use alternative methodologies, but data was not available. So this was the single most important source that I had. After estimating the workforce requirement in the construction sector for each state, I looked at the NSS estimates of the workers in the construction industry in each state. So, for example, let me give you two examples. The state of Maharashtra, let us say a workforce requirement in the construction sector of X1, but the employment reported employment in the construction sector in Maharashtra, the UPSS employment is Y1. So that means that the state meets X1 minus Y1 requirements through import of workers, laborers from other states. Let us look at the other end. Let us look at a state like Bihar, where the worker requirement in the construction sector is X2, but the workforce available within the state is Y2, which is more than X1, X2. Which therefore leads me to think, or led me to believe that actually Bihar exports Y2 minus X2 workers to other states, even though they are reported in the NSS as belonging to Bihar. So using these estimates, I came to the conclusion that a quarter of the workers, at least a quarter, 25 to 30% workers in the construction industry were interstate seasonal circular migrants, although they were enumerated at origin in the census and the NSS. This is important. And overall, 55 to 60% of workers in the construction industry were circular migrants. Interstate migrants, 25 to 30%, and an almost equal percentage were intrastate circular migrants. Overall, 80% of migrant workers in the industry were migrant workers. And then, therefore, this gave me an estimate for circular migrants and interstate circular migrants in the construction industry alone, which was higher than the total estimated by the NSS. Now, using this methodology, I estimated the total number of circular and seasonal migrants in the country, which turned out to be somewhere between 55 and 60 million, almost 4 times the figure given the estimate produced by the NSS. So you can see where I am coming from. The fact that the estimates of these workers are actually much larger than estimated by the NSS and the census. What about vulnerability? So imagine these are the 3 types, broad categories of migrants that we're looking at: the permanent migrants, the long-term circular migrants, and the short-term circular migrants.
Sir, there is some noise. I think no sound is coming, sir.
It's not coming from my end. I think some people may not be muted.
No. Now it is coming, sir. Yes. Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So let us. So permanent migrants are around 160 million, and there's a very small part of the permanent migrants whom we may consider to be vulnerable. Homeless permanent migrants and so on. Then we have circular migrants. My overall estimates are that there are roughly about 85 million long-term circular migrants, out of which about 75% are precarious, around 70 million, and 30% of these are interstate. So there are about 25 million interstate vulnerable long-term circular migrants. Then we come to the short-term circular migrants, about 55 to 60 million, all in precarious jobs, and out of which half of them, about 27 million, are interstate. So overall, how many? 25 million long-term circular migrants, 27 million short-term circular migrants, overall about 50 to 55 million short-term and long-term circular migrants who are interstate and in precarious jobs. And I just want to locate this whole question of circular migration in the development process. Now, the root cause of migration is uneven development. Uneven development, which is at one end, being caused by the loss of livelihoods, the development pattern which is causing the loss of livelihoods in the source areas, in rural areas, in agricultural areas, and which is causing growth centers. Basically, growth centers are being concentrated in certain parts of the country, in and around the urban areas. So you have very rapid growth in some areas, and elevation of growth, a weakening of growth, in fact, negative growth occurring in many areas. Particularly when you look at livelihood-based, from a livelihood perspective, you see that in many rural areas, in agricultural areas. Uh, Uneven development is one cause, but this is also compounded by demographic transition. So there are areas where now the labor force is growing very slowly or not at all. Parts of the country, you think of Kerala, many southern states, and the western states. On the other hand, you have many states where people, and particularly the youth, the younger youth, in 15 to 29 years, labor force is growing at a much more rapid rate. So you have a kind of an unbalanced demographic transition in India, which is also compounding the causes of migration. But migration is not something which is homogeneous and so on. You have to think of migration, particularly when you think of the vulnerable migrants, you have to think how their links with the hierarchical nature of Indian society and with the initial endowments. It is basically people who are at the bottom of the social pyramid, people who are landless and so on, who are the most vulnerable when it comes to migration. Uh, and it is just not that migrants migrate, get any kinds of job and so on. Migration is closely structured by the labor market and the way it is evolving over time. There are key concerns that capital has about labor costs and the way it can control the labor process. All these are major factors in the nature of labor migration that we see. There is a close link of migration with informality and labor flexibility. Informality outside agriculture has been increasing over time. The end result of this is that circular migrants have a predominant position at the bottom of the heap in difficult, dirty, and dangerous work. So you have to think of labor migration in the context of the kind of changes, the structure of the Indian society, and the kind of labor market changes that are taking place, and see where labor migrants are getting positioned in the labor market. Now, when the pandemic hit, I don't have to say this to you, it exposed the fault lines in the labor market, how precariousness, a large extent of precariousness, how it had been increasing, and with migrants facing discrimination and lack of citizenship right. It also showed us how little government and employers knew about this massive section of the workforce, how policy had ignored them and worked to their detriment. The sudden lockdown led to loss of employment and earnings of informal workers and crisis of food and accommodation. They lacked any registration in social security, access to bank accounts, and very few of them could get relief from state or central schemes. Uh, Health insecurity and the desire to reunite with their kin and family uh, added to the overall sense of insecurity, leading to desperation and the exodus that we saw. And the government's response and understanding the issue, uh, the government responded in the Supreme Court by using census data, by talking about census data, using census data, and saying that it believed that it took the data of interstate migrants from the census and gave those estimates to the Supreme Court. And it said these are the number of migrants in India, interstate migrants in India. In other words, the government did not even understand the rudimentary causes of vulnerability and the structure of vulnerable migration in India. It did not understand the relationship between circular migration and vulnerability. Uh, it lacked all understanding. So if you look at a little more, I made the point that labor migrants are really a subset of the growing informality in India. If you look at how informality has been growing, it has increased in the non-agricultural sector. It has increased uh, very significantly in the formal sector of the Indian economy. And it has even increased in what you may call the heart of the formal sector, in public-private limited companies. And the figures that I have given you are from 2 points of time, 2004-5 and 2017-18, taken from the NSS. Now, if I put this, the growth of growth of informality outside agriculture, and I put this against the growth of my estimates of precarious migrants, the number of precarious long-term and short-term migrants. Uh, you can see how the figures have been changing over time. The total number of informal workers have changed in outside agriculture from about 171 million to 233 million. And the total number of vulnerable circular migrants in the same period increased from about 81 million to 133 million. So at the beginning of 2004-5, in 2004-5, uh, seasonal circular migrants of this variety were about 48% of total informal workers outside agriculture. By my estimates, this had increased to about 60% of informal workers outside agriculture by 2017-18. In other words, every 3 out of 5 informal workers outside agriculture was really a seasonal circular migrant, either short term or long term. This was the scale and the importance and the magnitude of these migrants in the economy. I just want to very briefly talk about a few things which I think most of you would know. And this is that seasonal circular migrants are very distinct from long-term migrants. They are far more predominant in the poorer economic classes. Therefore, they are far more predominant among they are far more predominant among the lower social strata, among scheduled tribes, scheduled castes, and so on, than long-term migrants. Surprisingly, they travel much longer distances than long-term migrants do, and nearly 40% of them, more than 40% of them, nearly half of them, travel to other states, and sometimes traveling very very long distances, as many of you would know. If you look at the sectoral composition shown by both the NSS and the IGS surveys, about 40% of them work in agriculture, about 20% of fifth work sorry, 40% work in construction, about 20% work in agriculture. The rest of them are spread over many sectors: trade, hotels, travel, transport, manufacturing, and other sectors. The ISDS had an interesting question about recruitment, and that showed us that about half the short-term circular migrants were recruited through contractors. So their recruitment, the contractors play a very important role, particularly in the recruitment of the seasonal migrants. Now, just to get two or three facts across, this is the statewide percentage of short-term circular migrants, uh, uh, across the major states. Bihar contributes the most, about 18% of all short-term circular migrants, then UP, and then MP. But then the next two states are not the underdeveloped states, Maharashtra and AP. Then you have West Bengal, Rajasthan. Then you have Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Orissa. Then you have Karnataka, and then Jharkhand and Tamil Nadu. So what I'm saying is that when you look at total seasonal migration, both intrastate and interstate, although the less developed states are quite important in terms of magnitude, there are several large middle and high income states which also contribute to seasonal and circular migration. If you look at interstate seasonal migrants, Then this picture changes. And interstate seasonal migration is dominated by the poorer states. Bihar, UP, MP, West Bengal, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Orissa. So they predominate as far as interstate circular migrants is concerned. And the reason for this is, if you look at this table, maybe a little difficult for you to follow, but basically it divides seasonal circular migration in each state between intrastate and interstate. And if you look at Bihar and UP, for example, at the bottom two columns, rows, you will find that predominantly Bihar has predominantly almost 90% of its migrants are interstate. In the case of UP, which is the largest state, almost 80%, 75, 80% of its migrants are interstate. But if you look at Maharashtra, for example, which is fourth from the bottom, what you find is that almost 80 to 90% of its migrants are intrastate. Similarly, AP below it, above it, migrants are more intrastate than interstate. Also Gujarat, also Karnataka, and so on. So Tamil Nadu. So basically, the point that I'm making is that there is a lot of intrastate circular migration even in large developed states. These large so-called developed states, high-income states, have intrastate inequalities. They have pockets of backwardness, pockets of which from which they draw their labor reserves. For example, if you look at Gujarat, Gujarat draws its labor reserves from its tribal belt, along with drawing labor from the adjoining tribal belts of Maharashtra and Maharashtra, Maharashtra, MP, and Rajasthan. But then, of course, it draws labor from all over the country. Who are not short-term circular only, but who are more in terms of who are basically long-term circular informal migrants, such as, of course, Odia migrants in the Surat diamond industry, and so on. So seasonal migration is not only a prerogative of low-income states, the nature changes. Now, this table actually gives you the convergence between short-term circular migrants, long-term circular migrants, and long-term and long-term permanent migrants, interstate migration. And here you see that if you look at states like UP and Bihar, along with short-term, a large proportion of short-term circular migrants, they also contribute to a smaller percentage, but a percentage of long-term circular migrants and long-term interstate migrants. So you will find that same, for example, Orissa will contributes short-term seasonal migrants, and there are many studies in Orissa, but Orissa also contributes to long-term circular migration along with long-term permanent migration. So basically, states contribute to different types and different states of migration, although in general, studies may have focused on certain streams of migration, and naturally in out-migrating states, studies tend to focus more on the vulnerable states of migration. We know what has happened. We know that in my estimates, about 60% of circular migration, the vulnerable migrants, went back to their home states after the pandemic. This inevitably led to sector and area-specific supply-demand mismatches as industry slowly revived. Despite faster economic revival now, return to destination states is even now limited by different factors. And this has led to states, catering to not only short-term requirement to boost employment, income, and food support. It has underscored an urgent need for rural generation and more regionally balanced growth. These are themes which I will come back to. I'm not going to go much into details of our India's response to the post-pandemic crisis. We know that India's direct fiscal response was estimated at just over 1% of GDP, with shares of income transfers to the poor being somewhere between 0.5 to 0.8% of GDP in different forms, both kind and in cash. So India ranked fairly low in terms of the proportion of GDP which it gave in terms of either fiscal stimulus or in terms of income transfers. Again, this is something which I would not belabor. Uh, there were several short-term policy announcements which were made by the government of India, which lasted till November. Uh, first the Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan Yojana, then under the Atmanirbhar Yojana, which was announced in May, and then something which was announced in terms of the Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan Rojgar Abhiyan, and then finally some announcement which were made on June 30th, which extended Ujjwala and the food subsidy schemes till November. So we had a number of short-term policy announcements by the government of India, which I think most of you would be aware of. Most of them impacted till November 2020 and have now come to an end. And on the other hand, the states, as we know, bore a major part of the implementation burden of COVID, including the burden of taking care of the migrant and vulnerable populations. Initially, most states were very ambivalent in their policies towards sending and receiving migrants for different reasons, and migrants suffered due to lack of interstate coordination. And most of you would remember how terrible interstate coordination was and how reluctant some states were to receive or send migrants. In fact, then a number of state governments announced ex gratia payments from the BOCW funds. At that point, apart from then, other ex gratia payments were also announced. And then states made additional efforts to provide rations to workers, including migrant workers not registered in the PDS. Telangana announced an ex gratia payment as the second phase, as did Kerala. As the migrant crisis escalated, sending states announced measures to support stranded migrant workers. In the beginning, an initiative was taken by Jharkhand, followed by Bihar, later UP, which announced an ex gratia payment of rupees 1,000 per worker. Now, Kerala was really an outlier among states, which announced a comprehensive package of 20,000 crores for protection of livelihoods of workers, including migrant workers, just at the start of the lockdown. And then states also went into somewhat more medium term and long term measures. With the return of the migrants, state governments announced measures for preparing a database for migrants and their skills and programs to absorb in the local economies. And these partly were also mandated by the Supreme Court order of June 2020. Orissa government announced a 17,000 crore package, as you know, to provide support to the MSME in rural sectors and skill training with the objective of enhancing employment opportunities. And then recently, some state governments have announced schemes for employment in urban areas, Himachal, Jharkhand, Orissa. Among destination states, Orissa has announced a number of measures to extend registration, social security, and housing. Kerala has announced a number of measures to extend registration, social security, and housing to migrant workers. At the same time, several state governments moved ahead, and this is the contrary move, to make drastic changes in labor laws. In some cases, have proposed, as in Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat, drastically modifying the entire framework of labor regulation and social security under the flawed assumption that this could help to revive investment in economic activity. Now, let me focus more on the short-term policy actions which could go some way in reducing migrant vulnerability and promoting inclusive, equitable, and regionally balanced growth, and where we stand with respect to these today. Okay. I am going to just talk about 8 or 9 measures, which in my view need to be taken. In fact, many of these measures are measures which I have been talking in terms of a policy stance which is required since 2009. But since then, we've had, and the NCUS had also spoken about them. But since then, we also had the working group on migration set up by the government in 2017, which has also given a number of policy measures. So the first of these is to create an architecture for a universal social protection floor. We have a number of schemes, but with significant gaps which were exposed by the pandemic. Now, we had there even in 2008 crisis, there was an argument that the country must secure a social security floor, which should be available to all vulnerable persons. And this basically reiterates the key ingredients of the NCUS proposals. What did the NCUS say? Universal registration, a minimum level of universal social security entitlements, complete portability, and all of these recommendations, in my view, continue to be valid at a general level. Uh, in fact, the government of India also accepted the institution of a social protection floor in the ILO. But what are the action taken and required? The central government, in July, June, and August, announced an advisory and then a mission mode document which proposed to extend key measures: life cover, accident cover, pension, health cover through existing schemes. But all schemes have elements of exclusion built into them for migrants. There was a draft code on social security which was proposed in 2018, which was based on a universal approach. But the code on social security, which has now been adopted, adopts a segmented social security approach and does not offer a time bound roadmap for universal social security. And the 2021 budget, in fact, incorporates lower provisions for most social security, social protection scheme. The Manrega, the Kisan pension, and the pension schemes have in fact lower provisions in 2021 than was the case in the earlier budget. So we have not really moved forward in the direction of instituting a universal social protection floor. The second most important measure, in my view, has been to ensure portability of existing social protection measures, so that when migrants travel from one place to another, their entitlements continue to be valid and they can continue to draw upon entitlements at the places of destination. Till a universal architecture for social protection emerges, my argument is that the central government needs to ensure that there is portability of social security entitlements. This is a challenging task, and I have argued what the challenges are in many papers, including a working paper which I wrote in 2020. Now, the steps were taken to ensure portability of child education in the RTE Act, and now some steps have been taken with respect to the PDS with the announcement of One Nation, One Ration Card scheme. But this is, by the way, only at the family level, not at the split family level. And many migrants travel without families. Now, the OSH code, which has come, has proposed to improve portability for construction workers, for interstate migrant workers. So you can see that the government of India still has a piecemeal perspective on portability. Portability should be extended in the first phase at least to all central government schemes, whether it is ICDS, whether it is PDS, any other schemes which the central government has. But the adequate measures have still not been taken in that direction. Actually, many of the challenges and measures which are required, I had outlined in a recent paper, working paper which I wrote on the IHT in 2020, and you might like to look at it. Third, and I think in a way this is the most important measure because this is something where we have moved in the reverse direction. We have to take labor market measures which aim at reducing precarity, ending duality and segmentation in the labor market. My argument is that employment relations should be universally characterized by an optimum degree of flexi security, so that there is a balancing of interest between workers and employers, and formality for all employees should be the perspective, should be the objective. Our focus should be on creating a stable and skilled workforce, which can lead to high productivity. Employment in the organized sector at least must be based on a model contract between the worker and the employer, restricting the role of contractors. Final employers should be fully responsible for advances, transport expenses, and wages payable to workers. But if we look at what has happened, the central government indicated that it would argue that existing laws would be implemented better through a central government advisory. But the codes that have now been undertaken, the OSH code and the Industrial Relations Code, have enacted a number of measures which will increase employment precarity and further weaken the bargaining power of migrant workers. So, in fact, the overall umbrella in which the instead of moving toward greater security at the workplace through employment security, in fact, the measures that we have taken, I argue, actually are moving us in the reverse direction of greater precarity and greater insecurity. It is true that portability and for schemes to work, we will need a scheme for universal registration. And this is something which the NCUS had proposed, a smart card and a social security number. The code on ASH has proposed a registration system for construction workers, which could be unified across states. It has also proposed a registration for interstate migrant workers in the organized sector, but it is voluntary for other migrant workers. The Social Security Code has sections of registration for migrant workers, gig and platform workers. But it is not clear whether the registration of unorganized workers is mandatory and based on self-declaration. In principle, the proposed registration system could be unified and made universal. I'm arguing that, okay, the systems which have been suggested could be made universal, but the courts do not propose this. I would like to point out the NCUS and the Act of 2008 already provided for mandatory registration based on self-certification and the issuance of a smart social security card. So in a sense, we have moved backwards by not talking about a universal registration system. But there are caveats. The smart card-based system of registration must be safe and secure and must ensure data privacy from its inception stage. There's a large debate now on safety, security, and data privacy. All these systems must be adhered to in the registration system which comes into place. And the registration system must be linked to mandatory registration of workers at workplaces, beginning with the organized sector in compliance with existing laws. Fifth, universal and improved access of public health for workers. Here, although the central government and state governments have dedicated additional amounts of health expenditures, these amounts actually the finance minister said that there had been an increase of 137%. But you would have seen the counter argument that the health budgets, in making this announcement, the finance minister had merged the health budget with the nutrition budget, as well as with the drinking water and sanitation. And it had also included the finance ministry, the finance commission devolution grants, as well as the grants, the budgeted amount this year for vaccination. And if these are taken care of, then the actual additional amounts allocated for health have been relatively small. So we need to do much more in this area. In addition, it is not only, I believe it is not only a government responsibility. Employers should also institute robust system to encourage good health and hygiene. Steps have been taken by the government to expand ESIS in the social code, and this is welcome, but much more is required. And health check for workers and families introduced in the OSH code need to be implemented properly. So some steps have been taken, but much more is required in this direction to ensure that the pandemic and the health of these workers is secured. Housing issues. We saw that housing, the congested situations in which migrant workers live, their inability to be able to pay rents, which was one of the prime reasons why they left their locations and so on. The government has announced a modest rental housing program, but at least rental housing is now on the annual, and this is something many of us have argued over a period of time. We basically, much more needs to be done in this direction, but no concrete plan has emerged. And much more needs to be done not only by the central government, by states, local government, and employers who need to invest more and to be more attentive to the housing needs of workers. as I think we know from the studies, women and migrant children have been deeply impacted by reverse migration and work stoppage. Although they have faced significant exclusion from social protection programs and school education, a section of circular migration was availing of some education or other facilities at destination, which today stands disrupted. Evidence shows that migrant women are facing greater difficulty in reintegrating with labor markets, and women and children are facing adverse inclusion in labor markets at source. And this requires concerted action so that children are integrated in age-specific programs designed for infants, preschool, and school-going education. Pregnant and lactating women need to be included in the relevant programs, and work opportunities need to be created for them in a gender-responsive manner. All this needs to be done, in my view. We need to refocus on regionally balanced development, rural revival, and urban inclusion. So, our development strategy now should focus on a strategy of regionally balanced growth and planning, which can combine both rural and urban areas. In the rural areas, rural regeneration and agricultural development is needed. In the short to medium term, the Manrega will have to be recast as the engine of rural generation with at least doubling of the employment ceiling and adequate provision of funds. In the urban areas, urban and regional planning must aim at inclusive urbanization with space for migrants of all kinds. And urban employment programs can create the basis for reducing the destitution and building social and urban infrastructure. Odisha has started a pilot program which is actually very innovative. And I hope that academics will be keeping an eye on it and contributing to it. And I think this is very important, we need to evolve a framework for non-discrimination in labor markets. The crisis has revealed what has long been known, the extent of discrimination inside and outside the labor market faced by migrants, especially interstate migrants. What is the action required? We need to ensure that the right of migrants under Articles 14, 15, 17, 19 of the Constitution are ensured, and that discriminatory policies are removed. This was one of the major planks of the recommendations of the Working Group of Migration in 2017. We need a legislation for non-discrimination in labor markets and at the societal level. We have a provision for non-discrimination in the fundamental rights of the Constitution, but no follow-up legislation in the labor market or at the societal level. And all this needs to be linked to a framework and mechanism for monitoring discrimination and discriminatory job segmentation. We should consider the intersectionality of these issues across sex, social groups, ethnic origin, and migrant status. So in conclusion, let me say that, if we look at the data, we see that circular migration and precarious employment have grown hand in hand in India. And the former is today a much larger part of the industrial force than it was earlier. In fact, a very predominant part of the industrial workforce, particularly the informal workforce. The informality of and vulnerability of circular migration comes from their translocality, the fact and their position in the workforce, the fact that they don't have a sedentary existence and that they occupy the lowest echelons in the workforce. Although the NCOS and the Working Group on Migration had drawn attention to the magnitude and nature of labor migration, the crisis has for the first time led to a major policy response from central government. It is amazing that there was a document which the NCOS produced. The Working Group Migration was set up by the central government, but the central government itself failed to draw upon these documents in policy formulation. However, it is at least on the positive note that the central government, that there has been some policy response from the central and state government at some levels. Apart from the immediate short-term relief, right, it is true that the central government stepped in with a medium-term agenda, which included registration, expansion of social security, and portability of some entitlement. But it's also true that the policies that it has undertaken are likely to exacerbate precarity affecting circular migrants. What we have tried to point out in this presentation is that the migration process is complex, as is the social protection structure. We also point out the major issues which need to be addressed in terms of labor policy, but also other aspects of development policy. The NCUS 2009 had pointed out that growing informality has a close connection with growth and with inequality. And it has major adverse consequences for inclusive and sustainable growth and for achieving development goals and SDGs. So please, I mean, we should not think of migration as a standalone thing. And the fact that we need to deal with vulnerable migrants alone. In fact, migration and its counterpart, that is growing informality, has a close link with the nature of the growth process, with inequality. And if we are not able to handle migration properly, it already has and continues to will continue to have major adverse consequences for inclusive and sustainable growth. Given the importance of this interrelationship, better data and a comprehensive migration policy should be formulated, which is embedded within a framework of inclusive, equitable, regionally balanced, and non-discriminatory development. This is my major argument, that it is not a standalone. We don't need to think of standalone policies, but embed our policies with in relation to migration. First, we need to have medium-term and long-term policies with respect to informality and migration, but these need to be embedded within the broader framework of development policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Srivastava. And it was a great presentation, extremely rich, detailed analysis, and you have sort of brought in the whole complex dimensions of what you describe as seasonal circular migration. You have discussed about sort of issues, I think very serious issues in data, and also you have dealt with all that happened or did not happen during the pandemic, sort of which probably exposed what all things we still need to do for the for migration of this kind. But I think more important than that, your maybe the last slide, and also before that, your discussions on policy probably tells us so to largely contextualize migration in the larger development process itself. I think it has been extremely useful presentation, and I'm sure that all of us have benefited a lot. And there have been 2 questions, but I don't think, I think most of that you have already responded to. Maybe there is one question from Mousumi Das. So she's asking whether the government could record different types of migrants during the COVID time. Was that done? So that was one question.
The answer is simply no. I mean, the government and many state governments did make some attempts to record the number of migrants who were coming back to the states. The central government has now announced the setting up of a portal. But as I also very briefly mentioned in my presentation, the portal registration on the portal will be voluntary for most migrants. Only migrants who are in the organized sector, there will be a compulsory mandatory registration. So the government did not record the number of migrants who were even affected by the COVID. And in fact, my assessment is that the figures that were given out by the government, mainly these were figures which were recorded by the public transportation system. The 1.02 crore figure which the central government cites are much lower than the actual number of migrants who were affected by the crisis and went back to the home states. And of course, not all migrants were interstate migrants. A large number of migrants were displaced and went back to their source areas, even within states, within Karnataka, within Andhra Pradesh, within Maharashtra, within Gujarat, and so on. They may have suffered less, but they also suffered.
Thank you so much. And may I request Professor Ravi Srivastava to take over? Yeah.
Sir, you have to unmute. Bhavesh sir, you have to unmute.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Srivastava, for your interesting talk on different aspects of migration. This will provide an impetus for the paper presentation session and the discussions that will follow. So with that, I would request Professor Keshav Das to offer a formal vote of thanks.
I mean, like Professor Srivastava has been extremely kind that he agreed to our request, and we all know that, and he's one of the key persons who is sort of like into several debates, and so for him, I think that he could give us time, and he made such a interesting presentation. So, my vote of thanks will be not just to conclude here, but I would sort of look forward to Professor Srivastava's long-term engagement with us, and we'll look forward to his advice, his association with us in future. So thank you so much, sir. It's so very nice and kind of you.
Thank you, Keshav. Thank you, Professor Sen, and to colleagues. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Amarendra.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second session the session will just follow, or you want to give
Yes,
a break?
no, it will follow, sir.
Yeah, it will follow. Okay. So please continue with it. Yeah.
Thank Professor Ravi Sen, the president, also Ravi Srivastava sir, and Keshav sir for nicely managing this session. Now we'll move to the next session, basically the paper presentations, the technical session. And here we have Professor Uday Shankar Mishra, Professor Center for Development Studies, Thiruvananthapuram. He will preside over this session. And Dr. Himanshekhar Raut from Utkal University will be the discussant. So now we invite Professor Mishra to take over the session. And we have actually the paper presenters, Anand Meher, Arindam Chakravarti, then Gyanaranjan Mahanti, Kavita Kumari Sahu, Minaketan Behera, and Pradeep Kumar Panda to have their presentation. So now Professor Uday Shankar Mishra to now take over this session.
Thank you, Amarendra.
Okay. I think I have basically promoted all the paper presenters from merely participant to panelists. So now they can all share their PPT. If anybody is facing any problem, can always leave a message. So I think we have Anand Meher, then Arindam Chakrabarti, Dr. Gyanaranjan Mahanti, Kavita Kumar Sahu, Mina Ketan Behera, and Pradeep Kumar Panda. I think all are present. So we should start.
Yes, Amarendra.
Sir. Sir, would you like to say something and start?
Yeah. Because we are anyway. 1 second. Hello. No, but I am in a meeting. I'll call you back. So without much delay, we should start the presentation. Amarendra, who is the first presenter?
Sir, the first presenter is Anand Meher.
Okay. Let us invite him to start the presentation because, okay.
Yes, yes. So Anand, you can now start sharing your PPT and start the presentation. So you'll get basically 15 minutes for the presentation and then 5 minutes discussion.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Anand, you need to unmute
That should
and share your PPT. I request everyone to keep the PPT ready so that when your turn comes, you can immediately share your PPT.
Hello, sir.
Amarendra, is Anand Meher there?
Yes, sir, he's present.
Is it audible, sir?
He's present.
Yes, you are audible, but you also
Yes.
you need to put your camera on and also you share your PPT.
How to say screen sharing, sir? It's already.
Share screen achitale.
Just click on
Share
share
screen.
screen. Yeah.
Yes, okay. Insurance option.
And are you going to present from your laptop or from your mobile phone?
Laptop only, sir. It's,
Okay. So then why don't you put your camera on? Your video is not actually showing.
hello. Sir, can I present next to this thing? It's no
Okay.
problem.
Okay. So in that case, we may invite
I'm trying to do it in between.
the second paper presenter, Dr. Arindam Chakrabarti. Are you there? You can start your presentation. Yes.
Yes, sir. Good morning. I am Arindam Chakraborty from Kolkata. Let me share my screen. Is it visible, sir?
It is coming. It is coming.
Sir,
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Now the title of my presentation is Energy and Migration, the case of tribal women.
Amarendra, I think his internet is very slow.
Yes, yes.
Let him to off his video.
Okay.
So then the internet may work somehow.
Okay. So Dr. Chakrabarti, if you wish, you can put your video off, and you can only share your PPT and continue the presentation. I think your internet connectivity is not very strong, so.
धरती ಈ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ರೆ ಕೆಂದರೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಶೇರ್ ಕೊಡ್ರ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ನೀ ಬರ್ದಿನ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ನೀ ಬರ್ದಿನ তোমার প্রেজেন্টেশন করে মত ফলো বনি কভার মতে ইহাই থিলা জি એટલે મતે ફાસ્ટ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન થિલા જી મતે વિડિયો ની હેલા બોલી મતે આપરે કહલી મતે ટી પછે
Dr. Chakrabarti, I think you can now hear you, but your PPT has gone. So you can start sharing your PPT again. You are again unmute. You are in mute, so you have to unmute and share your PPT.
Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Yes.
No, I have already unmuted myself. I have already unmuted myself.
Okay, please go ahead.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you are.
So the Act aims at, yes, the Act aims at enhancing livelihood security of households of rural India by offering in a financial year to every rural households whose adult members sir, am I audible now?
Yes, your voice is break, but yeah, still you can continue. Yes.
Yeah.
Chairman sir,
No, I think your
yes.
connection has.
So migration, or more specifically the distance migration, is a matter of concern in rural areas, which has received the importance in that. Now,
Dr. Chakravarti, I think your connection has serious issues. We are not able to hear. I think, are you there? Yes, he's there. Then Ganaranjan Mahanti, Kavita. Dr. Chakravarti, are you there? No. Sir, what do you do, Mr. Sir?
I don't know. I don't see anybody. They're not able to log in, I think. Amarendra, they are not able to come through, I think.
Yeah, I think they have serious internet connectivity issues. So, what should you do? Should you move to the next presenter? I don't know.
Yeah. Whoever can, just ask. How many 6 are there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You can ask whether the other presenters are ready, then we can move to other presentation.
Yeah.
Anand, are you ready now?
He just frequently coming in and going out.
Yeah.
He's coming now. Ravi sir, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Amarendra, you have the PowerPoints of different candidates?
No, I don't have actually.
So better you tell them the PowerPoints, at least you keep and at least you can share from here because they are finding problem actually.
Yeah.
So you can keep the PowerPoint and if they can speak and here we can run it. That also might be another solution.
Yeah, I think from the next session I would do that actually. I'll request all the authors to share their PPT with me. So Dr. Ganaranjan Mahanti, if you are there, then you can start. Let us check who is present, then otherwise we can start with others. Then Dr. Kavita Kumari Sahu, if
Yes, sir.
madam, can you start your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then start, madam.
Okay.
You can share your PPT and start.
Okay, sir. Sir, good afternoon. Esteemed Chairman of this technical session, respected moderator, sir, and my dear paper presentators. So it's my pleasure to present the paper in this 53rd annual conference of the Orissa Economics Association. And the title of my paper is Trend and Pattern of Interstate Migration and Impact of COVID-19 in India. So let me share my PPT.
Yes, it is already shared.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So migration is one of the most contemporary burning issues in India. And the migrant workers, they constitute the backbone of our country. And it influences both social life, political life, and also economic life of the people. Most of the development states, they have the high in-migration rate, and the less developed states, they have the high migration rate, out-migration rate. As per 2000 census 2011, there are 45.6 crores migrants in 2011, which is almost 38% of the Indian population. So in this context, my paper has 3 objectives: to analyze the trend, pattern, and interstate of interstate migration in India, and to investigate the reasons of large-scale migration in India. And last objective is to examine the impact of COVID-19 lockdown on migrants. And my paper is based on secondary data collected from census and data of Ministry of Labor and database of RBI. So far as the trend and pattern of migration is concerned, we notice two migration streams in post-independence period. One is forced migration, that is the people migrated involuntarily, and another is voluntary migration. Forced migration, that is due to the partition between the India and Pakistan. Voluntary migration, that is due to the source of work and employment. If you see the between 1971 and 1991, the migration was mainly due to the lack of growth of the manufacturing sector and increase in the petroleum. However, during 1991 and 2001, there was moderate migration in rural-urban migration between the states due to the liberalization policy followed by the various states. And the size of international and internal migrants between the 1971 and 2001 that is shown in this table. If we look at the percentage of the total migrants to total population, it is around 30%, which is quite a matter of serious concern because 1/3 of the population are migrating to other states. The international migrants was only 0.4% in 2001, which has been declining over time from 1971 onwards. Whereas the internal migrants that showed an average of 30% during this period. So there should be appropriate migration policy to address the problems of the internal migrants in our country. This bar diagram shows the streams of migration in our country, that is from rural to rural, rural to urban, urban to rural, and urban to urban. The rural to rural migration is found to be 56.3% in 2011, which is very significant. Whereas the rural to rural urban migration is only 21.8% in 2011, which is reducing due to the employment and other facilities which are created in the rural areas. And this table shows the interstate net in and out migration. A net in migration is the excess of the incoming migrants, and a net out migration is the excess of outgoing migrants. If you see the table, there is wide variation across the states in terms of interstate migration flows. The socio-economic development of the southern states that has attracted more people. And the table reveals that the Uttar Pradesh and Bihar were the largest source of interstate migrants, while Maharashtra and Delhi were the largest receiver state. Around 83 lakh residents of the UP and 63 lakh residents of Bihar, they moved to other states. Around 60 lakh people from across India has migrated to Maharashtra in 2011. But peculiarly, West Bengal has equal number in an almost equal number in migration and out migration. And the two graphs shows that this is the graphical representation of the in migration and out migration. And my paper also highlights the various reasons for migration and which are classified into 5 broad categories, that is work, education, marriage, moved with family, and others. While marriage remains the primary reason for women to migrate, Indian women are also migrating with their family members to other states. Some research studies that showed that many women take up employment after migrating, which is not reflected in the number of women moving for work-related reasons. And if you see the table, that you see that both intrastate and interstate migration, there is huge difference is observed regarding the regions of migration. But it clearly shows that marriage is the main cause for female migrants, both in case of intrastate and interstate migration. And this is the IMPEX 2019 and interstate migration. This IMPEX, that is the Interstate Migrant Policy Index 2019, it is an index which has been compiled by a Mumbai-based NGO, that is the India Migration Now, which analyzes and compares state-level policies based on their migrant integration policies. It measures whether a state has equitable policies for the residents and migrants in terms of the labor policies, in terms of the child welfare schemes, in terms of the housing, education, health, sanitation, and political participation. And if you will see this index, then Kerala stood the first out of 7 states for migrant-friendly policies, followed by Maharashtra and Punjab. Kerala has implemented various labor welfare schemes and health provisions and child policies, which creates a conducive atmosphere for the migrants. And my paper also highlighted the impact of COVID-19 on the migrants. After the imposition of the COVID-related lockdown from March 25, 2020, it was found that the thousands of the migrant workers returned to their native places. And these migrant workers suffered a lot due to the lack of income and lack of employment. And the lockdown has serious impact on life and livelihood of migrants workers in our country, which is a matter of serious concern. So 40 million internal migrants, they have been impacted by COVID-19 and they are vulnerable to the loss of employment and also waste. And at the latter stage, when they again return back to their destination due to the lack of employment at their native places. And I also outlined the several issues and challenges faced by the migrants. The major issue of the migrants are due to the poor implementation of ISMW Act, that is the poor implementation of Interstate Migrant Workmen Act, that is 1979. Even if this act has a provision of licensing of the contractors and registration of the migrants, but actually it is not done properly. So that our migrants, they are facing a lot of problems. And the migrants, they are also unable to get the benefits of the public distribution system and ration card at the destination due to the lack of portability. Similarly, since housing is a subject, the state subject, the migrants lack affordable housing and basic amenities at the destination point. And the major challenges are the migrants they are facing due to the documentation identity, lack of the documentation and identity. Due to the lack of documentation identity, the migrants failed to avail the benefits of the other states. And most of the migrants, they live in the slums in unhygienic conditions, and sometimes they have to stay at the construction sites and also open areas in the cities. And they are also unable to avail to open the bank accounts in the cities and avail the loans due to the lack of KYC documents. And the migrants, since they are heavily dependent upon the middlemen and the contractors, they are exploited by the contractors and various types of agencies and also middlemen. Since they are distributed over a large area, they have weak bargaining power due to the lack of union and lack of association. Migrant workers, they are also deprived of the many opportunities to exercise their political rights. They are unable to cast their votes outside of their place of origin. And there are some steps are also taken by our government for the migrants labor during the lockdown. And regarding the transport, the special trains and buses were also provided by the central government for the interstate migrant workers. And states are also advised to set up the relief camps along the highways with medical facilities. Regarding the food distribution, the announcement of the One Nation, One Ration card is quite significant in this regard to provide the portable benefits under the PDS. Regarding the housing, the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhijan also launched a scheme for affordable rental housing complexes for the migrant workers. Regarding the financial aid, some state governments, that is Bihar, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh, they are also announced a one-time cash transfer for the returning migrant workers, and also for returning migrants, the rupees 1,000 allowance was also given. And our Honorable Supreme Court has also gave directions to the both central government and also state government for the migrant workers, such as no train fare and bus fare should be charged, and free food should be provided, and simplify and speed up the process of the registration. These are the various steps are taken by our government and also by our Honorable Supreme Court. So in my some amicable suggestions that the management of migrants is a major social issue and also economic issue in our country. So there is an urgent need for the implementation of migrant-friendly policies in all states of our country. Since most of migrants workers are illiterate and they are ignorant about their rights, there is a need for awareness creation regarding the migration policies among the migrants. Another major area of concern, that is the female migration, because the pattern of female migration has already changed. It has changed from marriage, employment, and education regions. So there is a need to focus on safety and security of the female migrants in place of the employment and in place of the education. And creation of inter-district and state coordination committee is highly essential to provide the various types of benefits to the migrant workers. Establishment of the migrant labor cell in each state labor department is essential so that migrants they can give their grievances. And migrant database is also highly essential. And this responsibility should be given to the Panchayat Raj institutions. They should maintain a database of the migrant workers, and that they will contain the details of the number of migrants and recruitment by the contractors. And they should also establish the vigilant committee to identify the entry of the new migrants at the local level. And it is necessary to ensure the access to formal banking facilities for the migrants so that it will enable them for the safe and secure transfer of remittances. And to reduce the migration, the government should strengthen the MG, NREG and also food security programs, and government should create more and more employment opportunities and also should create more and more financial institutions at the rural areas for access to credit. And local employment generation and also effective social protection schemes such as micro pension and employment provident fund and public services can also improve the welfare of migrant workers in our countries. So it is the high time to address all issues and all challenges of the migrant workers in our country. So lastly, the government and the civil society and the common people and NGO all should coordinate among themselves for the welfare of the migrant laborers. Then only they can enjoy the fruits of the development of our country. That's all. Thank you. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Sir will respond.
Yes. Hello. Can you stop sharing the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please stop sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. I am doing, sir.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yes, Amarendra, the next person.
The next person, if Anand Meher is ready, then we can continue. Anand, are you ready?
Yes, I'll try.
Okay.
Can I try, sir?
Yeah. Please start sharing your screen.
Okay. Actually, sir, I have shared this my presentation to you, sir. That
Amarendra, I think Anand has shared you in your email.
email.
Oh,
Yes.
you Anand, you please
Yes.
share here in your screen now.
Actually, it's not.
You see there is
Anand,
there.
you start presenting. I will share your PPT. Don't
Yes.
worry. You start.
Good morning to everyone, and I'm really thankful to the OEA for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah.
So, is it audible, sir?
Yes. Very much.
Yes. And also thanks to Professor Mishra sir to present in front of him. So my presentation is about the indebtedness and migration decision in a study of rural Orissa. So it's mostly the substantiate of the what the Professor Srivastava has presented, the distress nature of migration, and most specifically my work is based on the primary survey in 3 districts of Orissa. So if you see this debt and labor work, it's a very old interlink between the debt and labor work. We work on that perspective, but it's in the capitalist mode of production. It also extends to the migration of decision also. So people migrate means either to repay their debt or to consume for the consumption expenditure. And in the case of study of India case, there is most of the study mostly done on the qualitative perspective from the Bremen, and even if Srivastava have so many time have worked on this debt, have argued on the debt is a major reason of the migration. So in the counter to this argument, there is a so I actually asked to Srivastava how do I see the impact of there is a distress of migration. So even if distress after migration, people are again going better up. And if they're better up, they are able to save more, able to invest in diverse occupation. And so in current context, how it is this debt is important for the decision on migration. So in that perspective, my main objective is to analyze the interlinked relation between the indebtedness and migration. So if you go to the secondary data, there is no any second NSS do not provide the debt information and migration information in one round of survey. So there is so mostly my paper is concentrated on the primary survey, which is collected from 9 villages from the 3 districts, Balangir, Balespur, and Ganjam district. And what I collected from each village, I have collected 1/3 sample household for our sample household. So what we choose the methodology that for the cross I have to use the cross tabulation for the access to credit migration pattern to explain the cause of migration and use of remittance across socioeconomic indicator. And secondly, to show the interlinked relation between the debt and migration, we verify through the binary logistic regression model. So this is the model. So and here the dependent variable is the decision of migration. It is a binary whether the household, any member of the household is engaged in migration, then we call it a migrant household. And if not, then it's not migrant household. And the independent variable socioeconomic characteristics, and add to this I have add 3 credit variable So if you see the pattern of migration across the survey household, so borrowing pattern is very much across the socioeconomic. There is no much difference across socioeconomic across socioeconomic characteristics, but the access to the institutional source of credit is very much less among the socially marginalized section, and it is very high among the other groups, and it's totally opposite in case of non-institutional source of credit. And if you see the pattern of migration, it is very high among the socially marginalized section and marginalized section of the household. And if you see the average number if it is the household, if you see the family migration and single migration also, there is very high proportion of socially marginalized section are engaged in family migration. So the average number of person engaged in migration is very high among the ST and SC social group. So the debt and migration within the debt group, within the debt group, how many percentage engage in migration? So those is from the institutional source of credit, they have significantly less migrant than the non-institutional source of credit household. This is the result of the logistic regression model, and it's the full model. It is mainly I concentrate on this. I presented the institutional part, and full model is in the paper also. So here those who have institutional source of credit, they have half chance to engage in migration compared to the other non-borrowing household. And if you compare to the non-institutional source of credit, they have more than nearly double probability to engage in migration than the non-borrowing household. And second variable, the sources of credit, means I divide the whole household into 4 group: institutional source, non-institutional, both source of credit, non-borrowing household. Here also the household have only institutional source of credit have very significant low probability to engage in migration, and those who have borrowed from the non-institutional source of credit, they have more than 2 times high probability that they have engaged in migration. And third variable have been amount of loan. Even if amount of loan also say that means 1% increase in the amount of institutional source of credit have leads to 0.6% decrease in the migration rate, and totally opposite in case of non-institutional source of loan amount from the non-institutional source. So model 1 is institutional source of credit household have a lesser chance to engage in migration. Then the household do not have access to institutional source of credit, and non-institutional source of credit have second. Model 2, we have used the source of credit variable, which I already explained it. And model 3, the amount of credit variable suggests that 1% increase in the amount of loan from the institutional source of credit leads to 0.6% decline in the probability of migration. Indeed, so it is the one, means maybe this relation may be with some maybe due to some indigenous impact of the migration, means because when the people migrate, they have more chance to access to credit also. So we have see that region of migration as well as we have substituted our argument through region of migration also, where you see that more than nearly 40% household have main region of their migration to repay their debt. And this repayment of debt also means the consumption expenditure also part of this analysis, because it's the people either they take debt and spend on their consumption expenditure, or they take debt and spend currently consumption expenditure, and then further they repay this debt through their remittance. And the use of remittance also means the substitute our argument of debt is very much important in the understanding of the migration decision. So nearly 27% household have use the first major amount of remittance to repay in the repayment of debt. So is the across socioeconomic factor, the socioeconomic factor have significant impact on the migration decision. Lower land holding, big family size, and those have more requirement of consumption expenditure have significant increase in the likelihood of migration. After controlling this socioeconomic factor also, the study also found that non-institutional source of credit have high dependent on the migration. Means to repay the non-institutional source of credit with higher rate of interest rate, their next option is to migrate and repay this loan. And the similarly, the amount of credit from the non-institutional source also strongly associated with the migration decision. In the region of migration, remittance information also substitute our result, and the significant proportion of migrants reveal that the repayment of debt is primary region of migration. And the 1/5 proportion of migrants use their repayments to repay debt. And the migrant household have two options to sustain their livelihood: either to take debt and spend in the consumption expenditure, or repay debt through remittance expenditure, or directly take after receiving they spend in consumption expenditure. So, so this is the broader argument. The whole argument, what actually I am little divert from the Srivastava argument, that the impact of migration is not generating much better livelihood in the rural area. They continually sustain depend on the debt to consumption expenditure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So Amarendra, the next person you have?
Yes, I think we can now invite Dr. Gyanaranjan Mohanty if he's ready. No, his PPT is with me, so I will share his PPT, and
Yeah,
Dr. Mohanty can continue his presentation.
Yes.
Hello.
So Dr.
Am I
Manoj,
audible?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Misra, Dr. Raut, Secretary UEA, my teacher Bhabesha, and other paper presenter and executive member Abhisar. I feel privileged to present over here in this 53rd UEA conference on the theme migration. And my as Ramarendra sir is sharing my slide. My title is like this: Stature, Composition, and Issues of Internal Migration in India. The whole theme is that migration plays an important role. It is already proven literature, proved logically proved in the literature that migration is a complex phenomenon. But the thing is that this complexity leads to its effect on the destination and also on the source. It changes the demographic composition, it changes the socio-economic characteristics of both the places. And besides, it also contributes to the growth process at the national level and the local level too. But again, migrant has also potentiality to contribute to the growth process. Everybody is observing that, but that thing is problem is that the migrant should be channelized in a proper way. If you will go to the next slide, Amarinda sir, please go to the next slide. Insofar as migration in India is concerned, my co-presenter have presented that this is the status of internal migration in India. I'm focusing on the internal migration. In 2011, internal migration was 450 million, over 309 million in 2001 as per the census report, and the percentage of population increased 30% in 2001 to 37%. What I mean to say here is that huge migration is taking place inside India, and so it's having its effect on the composition and growth process of a destination and source. So far as the literature review is concerned, these are the things. All these are very much logical in the sense that it contributes to the national growth. Internal migrants are excluded from socio-economic, cultural, political issues, and all these things are already there in the literature, and but no database, substantial database are available regarding migration. And based on these things, I have tried to develop this paper with these objectives to study the nature and the composition of internal migration in India, and to find out the issues confronted by the internal migrants in India, and to suggest some policy measures for overcoming these issues. So far as my first objective is concerned, I have tried to use some secondary source of data from NSS and census, and for the objective 2, I have tried to have a primary level survey from the 2 locations, and I have selected 2 districts like Ganjam and Cuttack district. From that municipality areas, I have selected 2 locations, that is from one from Cuttack district and another from Cuttack municipality corporation, and another from Barampur municipality corporation. And I have tried to collect data through multi-stage random sampling, and I use certain descriptive statistics for analyzing all these things. So far as the nature and composition is concerned, it is already presented by my co-presenter that internal migration is taking place at a huge rate, and in 2001, inter-district, intra-district, and interstate migration was 63%, 24%, 13% respectively. But in 21, there is some certain changes takes place in this 1 decade. Internal migrant as a percentage of population increased from 30% in 2001 to 37% in 2011. What I mean to say is that whatever may be the pattern of migration, migration is taking place at a huge rate in India. If we, another facet, angle of nature and composition of internal migration, I want to present over here through different streams, and it is found that in 2011, 47.4% migration has taken place from to rural, 22.1% from rural to urban, 7.1% from urban to rural, and 22.6% from urban to urban. And the most important thing is that marriage is one of the important cause of internal migration in India. Again, another dimension of nature and composition of internal migration I want to present is the cause behind the thing migration, and it shows that this is this family related etc. is the most important cause of male members, and sorry, work is the main members, and family is the for the women family is the important cause. And this below three rows says within district, the district internal, it shows that mostly men migrate because of work and female migrates because of marriage. And that means, what I mean to say is that so far as the nature as composition is concerned, migration is huge in India, and composition, the the streams are in all streams there is migration is taking place, but highest migration is taking place in case of rural to rural, even in also there is a huge migration to urban, and so far as the members are concerned, cause is concerned, work is the important cause for male, and female, for female, marriage is the family is the important cause for migration. And if you will, I will go to the second part of that to find out the part of the problem the migrants are facing in their destination. I try to find out the information from through that primary survey, what I have mentioned, the methodology, and from that we found that these are the socioeconomic profile of the migrants, and this is then migration and respondents in the study area. It shows that mostly the migrants are there for workplace, for work. They are traveling from their source to the destination. And one important thing we found that all of them are getting more income, but their livelihood, they are not satisfied with the sustainability of their livelihood. And this is the second objective, that what type of problem they are facing at their destination. This is most important, that from the survey we found that most important problem they are facing, that no political representation is there and lack of social protection entitlements, because as already it is being discussed that they have to go again to their source place to get that social entitlements if they are in need of. Otherwise they have to leave it, they are not able to get the health facilities also. Then the residential right is a big issue for them. Identity, it is always identity is a problem for them. Inadequate housing is another problem, and vulnerability livelihood is also found to be the third most important problem encountered by the migrants at the destination. So far as these issues are concerned, I think I will conclude in the saying that in India there is a huge migration, and the composition of inter-district migration is the highest, followed by inter-district and intra-district migrants. So far as stream of migration is concerned, rural to rural migration tops the list, followed by urban to urban and rural to urban, and urban to rural in volume of the migration. Among the causes of migration, marriage is the important cause of internal migration, followed by family, work, and education, and others. Regarding the reason of migration, it is found that work is important reason for male, and family is the important reason for migration for the female. Again, it is found that good percentage of migration have increased their household income, although they are feeling that that they are not in sustainable livelihood process. Among the problem encountered migration by migrant, it is found the lack of social protection entitlement, political representation, lack of identity, lack of formal residential rights, and vulnerability of livelihood are important problem they are facing. So far as the policy implementation is concerned, I will say that a step must be, although it is not possible to have such a big database, but we have to have some process to register the migrant position, where they are going and from where they are coming. So for their, not only for their socio-economic development, but for the security ground, for providing them social entitlement, just like Srivastava sir was saying, for portability system may be and one of the important solution for giving them the social entitlement in wherever place they are in. For that, I think many programs are there which are in concurrent list. So not only state government policy or central government policy will work. So for handling all those things, we need to have a database. That is what is important. We are just like the problem we faced during COVID. We do not able to know how many people are coming and how many people are going. What arrangement to make the people who are coming back and how to, only because that we did not have the database. Migration for migration, that the system should develop. Technical support system must be used for developing that maybe they are illiterate, but database is required in whatever may be the situation. We need to know how many people are going and what they are doing, for not only for policy sake but security ground, and for all the purpose we need to have it. Steps must be taken, integrated program policy must be done by the central government, taking the state government into confidence to develop such a process through which we can have the database of migrants. Otherwise, it will they will not be they will not able to get the benefit what government is planning. Then a foolproof policy for addressing the issues of identity, security, and social security, political representation, etc. That is to be done in a rigorous manner in order to address all these issues. And another important thing, although I have not presented in my analysis this part, but I dare to suggest is that one important thing I have got from the study, what I have not presented over here, that the reaction of the local people toward the migrant, they just consider these are the people who are here for their livelihood, and they will just the builder of the city builder, and they will work in the construction sector, and all the nuisance is being done by them. So in order to handle those things, we have to create a positive environment in the mindset of the local residents. Mindset cannot be changed without developing a system of policing or system of registration system. We have to have some positive set of mindset of the local people towards them. As per my objective, and these are my policy implication, and these are my references. I think this is all from me.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mahanti.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So you may now invite Dr. Minoketan Behra.
Yeah. Yes, Minoketan Babu.
Yes, sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Sir, is it slide is visible?
No, you are visible partially. Now it is.
Slide is visible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. I think respected my teacher, my dear friends. So good afternoon to everybody. So this is a small study, field level study that we try to understand the reverse migration situation. In that particular paper, So I try to
put it in full screen mode.
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. Is it visible? Yeah. Yeah. So the title of my this is combined with three papers here, myself and Shivnarayan and Alok Ranjan Behra. With this, the objective of this paper is to basic understand the vulnerability those who are the reverse migration, particularly those who are returning from different parts of the country to India, sorry, to Orissa. Then with that, then we try to emphasize this, what are the policy measures that we will maybe to address those who are coming from different parts of the country, particularly how you will taking this rural economy, how you will address that opportunity for this reverse migration. So with this, if you go for this, this is my just objective of my study. Basically, so in that broadly, I have already explained this. This is our objective of the study to whatever the data, the secondary data is available that we have taken into account that this is for this that we have the COVID dashboard data available. So we have taken, so I do not know this authenticity of this, the exact figure, but we have taken this whatever the data available. And the paper is based on both secondary data and the primary data. So we have collect the secondary data from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, COVID dashboard, Government of Orissa, Orissa Economic Survey, NSSO survey, census data, and also different journals and articles. And with that, in order to supplement to understand the situations, we have taken only small sample size. And that in that sample size, so we have 115 sites we have taken, and we have used basically non-probability sampling, and the sample size is taken from the coastal belt of coastal district of Orissa. And there we have tried to calculate index of vulnerability as a dependent variable with that 9 variable that we have taken in the 5-point scale to understand the jobless, income losses, food and non-availability, access to general services, problem faced by the reach out the home, health vulnerability, access to government reliefs, and psychological problems and others. So on that basis, so we have taken the maximum is 1, maximum is 5 and the minimum is 1. On that, we taken the mean score. And these are these to do this basically on that aspect. So with this, we have our broadly in the paper, we try to cover this. If you go for, we'll cover already explained, and all the previous presenter are already explained. So we try to impact on that. Then also we have to try to establish this COVID-19 and its impact on this migrant laborer. Then we try to emphasize on the third aspect that we are about to calculate the reverse migrations to Orissa from this Orissa data dashboard. Then we from this field data we try to calculate why they so reason for the reverse migration. Then we calculate the challenge faced by the migrant during the COVID-19. Then also we try to calculate the impact of COVID-19 on this particularly loss of income on particular migrant labor. Then we also calculate this employment status of this reverse migration at the origin after returning to this rural economy of Orissa, what he or she is doing. So then on that we try to calculate that what are the government steps taken for this Orissa government taken for this migrant labor. That aspect we have already discussed in the paper. Also in this last part, we try to cover on these policy suggestions. So with this, so I will just cover this result, and then I will try to discuss this policy suggestion on more detail on this. So I am not going for this general introduction. Already, all the paper presenter have explained this trend, patterns, and of internal different migration situations are there. So I am not going for this. So I'm coming to this general broadly findings of this. So if you go for this COVID dashboard, government of Orissa, you just look at this data set, you will find whatever as for this 7th July 2020, and you just look at the data set and the different, you will find this maximum you will find from this, you will find from the Gujarat, which you will find close to 36%. You just look at this figure and all the percentage so of this particularly they are. So in that context, so close to you will find that not you will find that returning to these reverse migrations. So the labor supply in the rural economy increases because they don't have that employment opportunity in the rural area. They faces many problem on that. So on that, the primary survey that we have conducted, so to calculate the general understanding of this, the reverse migrations for that, so basically you will find that broadly, so there is most of the cases on that out of the sample size, you will find 51%. So you will find that there is no work opportunity in particular in that area. So they can thought that, okay, so at least why will stay here? So at least we can manage in our rural area. So with whatever the resource available in our particularly in the village economy. Also with that expectation, so you will find, and also this is one factor, and another factor you will find that always if you go for this, there is always fear of the corona, and you have no particularly the death rate. So that's create another panic for this reverse migration, and the data set if you go for close to 28%. And all these factors that is given in terms of percentage. So I'm not going for that detail on this issue. Similarly, that I have already this point that I have taken into account that this 9 points that I have already explained, that we have taken one to understand the index of vulnerability. Though I understand that many constants are there in this model, multivariable regression model. So, but we try to general basic understanding of these 5-point scales that we have taken on that 9 variables that starting from job loss to the health vulnerability, income losses, and all of the taken, and then the mean score of is taken, and this minimum and maximum. You just this index of vulnerability is taken on that. So I will explain the finding of that model. If you go for also interesting factor that you will find that in that you just look at this, there are different types of nature of work, and also you will find that those if you go for that broadly you will find who are the nature of these the work determine the vulnerability or the loss of income. If you go just look at this, the construction worker, waiter, industrial worker working in a private company. Okay, so plumber, software, cook, others, and you just look at this. If you go for the construction worker, you just look at it. You will find those who are working, and because of this lockdown, you will find there is a huge loss of income. And if you go for this on this average monthly income before COVID-19, so you will find close to 12,000 or close to 12.5 thousand. So you just look at it, and you will find that after during this COVID-19, you see this 4,666 and close to near about 62%. There is a loss on that dimension. Similarly, you just look at it, the industrial worker, because the industrial workers, you just and huge all the shutdown of the industry and things that makes a huge loss in terms of the percentage of loss of income. You will find 81 point loss in. Similarly, you will find the plumber works and and also interesting. You will find those who are cooking and all these hotel and restaurants. So if you go for because of the shutdown, there's really a huge impact on loss of income. So then also, if you go for, we try to calculate overall this whatever after returning to this rural base, this rural area and the village area. So what is the present status of their employment? What they are actually doing to understand? If you go for, you will find close to 39%. So they are unemployment and some are working with the same institution in online modes and also working in the, maybe some people are busy with their family business. And you know that many people started the new business. If you go for, and mostly you will find now, if you go for this 18% close to, they are going for this in terms of their as a working as a daily laborer. Okay, so these is the present situations on that, those who returning on that, particularly to the rural area. And in terms of this, the problem faced by after returning to the home state. So you will find, just look at it. So the more major impact factor is that you find that that close to 59% they don't have the job. And because of that, they are facing lots of problems in terms of accessing all the facility, whatever they are enjoying earlier to their where they are at the initial place of employment. And different issues are there. You will find one dimension, another dimension you will find in terms of, particularly in terms of their low wages they are getting. So different other points are there in terms of accessibility to transportation. Different dimensions are there in terms of after they are returning to that place. Similarly, I have already explained this point that generally we try to understand that how far this vulnerability is related to the other dimension. You just look at it, composite index for 9 ordinal scales we have taken. So if you go for, you will find this just in that we have taken the different these education on income of the migrant or household income of the migrant, excluding the migrant income. Then also the nature of the work with dummy as one is skill and 0 is on skill. So and if you go for this, you just look at the result of this findings of this model. So broadly in that particular model, so you will find that if you just look at this, you will find that if you go for this, particularly the central thing, the income of the migrant and income of the household excluding migrant and the nature of the work have a significant impact on this vulnerability of this. So I'm not going for this, and also we have done this test of the heteroscedasticity. Also, we have done that because this model is some extent feasible. So with that, this is general understanding. So this is many other dimensions we have taken into account, but then government initiative that is taken. So I am not going for this understanding on this. So broadly, the last point that I want to say that these possible solutions that I will take only 2-3 minutes, so then I will stop here. So broadly, that if you go for, so my general understanding that that you have to create employment opportunity in agriculture. You have to develop, particularly, you have to give us this more emphasis on this agriculture. Because you see nowadays, everyone is not, agriculture is not that in terms of the cost benefit analysis. So you have to, because you see, we don't have that service sector or industry sector in that extent able to provide employment to huge masses. So we have to provide incentive to the agriculture. So we have to, in terms of marketing, in terms of minimum wages, in terms of your different aspects that you have to insurance. So you have to provide one aspect that you have to develop your agriculture sector in the rural base. Otherwise, whatever in rural area, another one is that you have to give emphasis to your whatever this small scale cottage industry, because which is play a significant role in terms of employment opportunity. So government should provide all types of infrastructure for the development of small scale industry, because that is a labor intensive technique that will provide, at least in terms of many people, they have no opportunity to rural base. So because of that, people are moving from different parts of the country. So that I think that so whatever the resource that particular area that is available, whatever the raw material is available in that area, so you have to give, particularly area wise, that you have to take into account for these small scale industry. Then another one is that you have to create in terms of skill training, particularly related to that locally available that will help to that create employment opportunity. That skill which is very, very essential for the creation of employment in that particular area, that you have to give emphasis on that. Then you particularly you have to provide this marketing, because you see this, there is a link of the, you have to create this small business with help of this self-help group in that particular area. So governments to provide incentive, and also you have to create the market infrastructure, market linkage from the rural to urban, so that many people can create the employment opportunity in that rural area. As many people have already explained, that you have to, particularly that in my previous speaker had already explained, there is a must maintaining of data. Data source is mandatory, because we don't have the required data set to take a exact action for this migrant labor. So the database is very, very essential, and their database should be prepared at the panchayat level, and that maybe some extent that will address this in terms of the social security benefit, which is very, very essential. That as we know that close to 93% of our total populations are working in the informal sector, and they don't have the social security measure. So in order to this, particularly for these migrant workers, so that social security measures should be very, very, that we have to strengthen to this, particularly this measure. Then so we have to basically, the one dimension that we have to create, maybe the traditional occupations, that we have to create that employment opportunity, that we have to, whatever these traditional opportunity are available, these traditional based occupations. So we have to create that employment opportunity in that area. So I think these are these other points that you just look at it. So I think that I have crossed my time. So I should stop here. So just these are my general understanding of this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Minaketan.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I'm stopping. Yes, sir.
Okay. If Dr. Chakravarti can still make his presentation, then we should ask him. Dr. Arindam Chakravarti, can you make your presentation?
Ravi sir, namaskar.
Okay. I think Dr. Chakravarti is not responding. So
yes, I'm here.
Okay. So
yes, I am here. So
yeah. So yeah, you can start now.
Yes. Yes. So I am starting from the slide which I left earlier. Okay. So migration represents the mobility of labor force from one place to another, from villages to cities, from one country to another. In broad sense, migration can be categorized in two forms, namely aspirational and distress. Now, Manrega has exerted a more direct and positive impact in curbing distress migration in comparison to migration occurred for the cause of economic prosperity or other reasons. Now, several studies have indicated that Manrega has a mitigating impact on migration. And given the studies already done in this area, the objectives of my papers are as follows. It will try to find out the status of migration occurring in tribal households in rural West Bengal. It will try to find out whether the migration occurring in tribal households in rural West Bengal. And lastly, the paper will also try to evaluate whether Manrega can tender any solution to migration problem occurring in. Now, as far as out and out on primary data, multi-stage sampling procedure has been followed here. An extensive survey has been carried out to randomly selected tribal women working in energy in 5 gram panchayats of 3 blocks of Nadia districts, West Bengal. And a well-designed structured questionnaire has been used for the purpose, and for analytical purpose, we have considered the logistic regression. And this is the map of Nadia. Nadia was our survey district, and it is a border district located at the border of India and Bangladesh. And from Nadia, we have selected 3 blocks randomly: the Krishnaganj, the Santipur, and the Chalda. And this slide presenting the entire sampling procedure in West Bengal in 2015-16. Year 15-16, it was our district Nadia topped the list, ranking list prepared by the state Manrega cell on the basis of 11 parameters. So district Nadia at the first stage was chosen purposively. The hope was that the top ranking district would deliver excellence in most of the fields. So in the initial stage, district Nadia was selected. In the second stage, out of 7 blocks in Nadia, 3 blocks, namely, as I told earlier, Chagda, Krishnaganj, and Santipur, were selected. In the third stage, Gram Panchayats are selected, 5 Gram Panchayats. In the fourth stage, the villages are selected from these 5 Gram Panchayats. The village selection was purpose one. Villages having higher ST population selected for the purpose, and in the last stage, 140 tribal households selected randomly from these villages. However, the target was to reach to the female workers only. Now, this is the slide presenting the socio-economic features of the women workers. Considering the literacy, we can say that we have very poor literacy among the women worker. Only 12.8% of the women are found literate. Considering their marital status, around 80.7% women are married out of 140 women, and rest are widow. Considering their economic status, we can say that around 67 BPL families and person households of the sample taken from 5 villages received the IAY benefit. So we can say that Manrega was designed to arrest the poverty through the wage employment scheme. So in most cases, we have been able to reach to the people, to the person the scheme was designed for. And this is the age structure of the women in our sample. Majority of the women aged between 31 to 45. There are 5% women having the age more than 60. So this is very crucial finding, or what we can say. There are 2 dimensions of this. Senior women had to struggle for their survival due to their abject penury. This is the first thing what we can say about this 5%. And secondly, we can say that Manrega has created employment opportunity for the senior women, which is presenting the female 3-year in lieu of 1-year participation as done in the earlier studies. I have taken 3 years participation. So I have already said that 2015-16 was the terminal year. The Manrega participation of the women for the year 2013, 14, 14, 15, and 15, 16 considered for the purpose and this is presenting their participation. Majority of the participants received the workers during between the work during these time periods or work for 60 and 100 days of work. So we can say that during the period the women in question received a moderate days of work under the scheme. And this is the migration status. This migration status has been conceptualized following a reports of Indian School of Women's Studies Development on Manrega. We have found around 43 households where migration was occurring. That means in case of 30.71% households out of 140 sample, we have got the migration case in 30.71% households. And in case of migrants, we can say that 81.4% cases, in 81.4% cases, the women themselves are the migrant. In 7% cases, their husbands are the migrants. And in 11.6% cases, other members of the family. In most cases, their sons of the women workers are the migrants. And this part present the destination where did they migrate, outside panchayat, outside block, or outside state. And this is part present the type of migration, whether they migrated for some time or frequently or permanently in a year. This next slide present the cross tabulation. If you consider the women themselves, women 48.57% women migrated outside Panchayat during the period, and 51.43% women migrated outside block. And in case of type of migration, 37.14% women migrated sometime in a year during the period, and 62.86% women migrated frequently in a year during the period. And the other rows presenting the case of their husbands and other member of the family. And this is very crucial slide. This table presenting a cross distribution between poverty level and migrant. If we consider this figure, 94.3% migrant in case of women, they belong to BPL families. If you consider the total figure, 81.4% of the migrant belong to BPL family. And if you consider the case of other members of the family, almost all other members of the family who migrated belong to APL family. So we can say that in most cases, the women and their husbands who migrate due to distress, and in case of other members, they migrated in quest of better employment opportunity. And we have found that in rural West Bengal during the period 2013-14 to 15-16, in rural West Bengal in the tribal families, migration was occurring, and we have try to find out what are the factors that were responsible for this migration. Here, migration has been considered as a binary response variable. We have considered a logistic regression. So migration is a binary response variable, taking the value of 1 if yes, and 0 if there is no migration occurring. And we have considered 5 explanatory variables: age in years, then the poverty level or time variable. X3 is the women workers other work. X4 is the women workers 3 years average participation under Manrega, and X4 is the family income excluding Manrega income. Now this is the results of logistic regression for migration, except in the last one, except the last explanatory variables. Other the coefficient of other variables are found to be significant. And if we in a straightforward way, we can say the results as younger women have more propensity to migrate, considering their actually I am considering the coefficient of the explanatory variables. So you can say that younger women have a more propensity to migrate. Migration is more prevalent among poor families. Women workers having other works have highly positive impact on migration. Increased MG energy participation reduces the probability of migration. Let me explain that explanatory variable 3, the women workers having other work. We have found that in case of more than 50% cases in the tribal families, both the male and female member are the agricultural laborers. But what happened in case of male members, they were addicted to alcohol. So wage incomes, their wage incomes from agriculture was wasted on alcohol. So women had to shoulder the burden of the family. They had to run the family. So any paucity of work in the local areas compelled the women workers to migrate to some other places outside panchayats or outside block, as I have already told in the earliest slides. Even sometimes they migrated 30 to 40 kilometers away from their home in search of job in agricultural activities during peak seasons. So we can conclude in the fashion that in the study areas, both type of migration have been found existing. While the women workers migrate out of distress, economic distress, the migration type in respect of other members of the family is purely aspirational. Women workers themselves have a particular type of occupation, and scarcity of work in this particular occupation in their local areas compels them to migrate to other places. But in case of other members of the family, they migrate to other places and choose particular jobs as per availability mostly for economic prosperity, for a better living here. I can say that I have found in some of the villages, higher panchayats of the concerned villages offered good employment under the scheme, but other member of the family, they were not at all interested in the Manrega job. They are hopeful for better employment, income, better living. So they migrate to Pune, Mumbai, or Gujarat, or Delhi, or Kerala for better employment opportunity. Now, next we can say that women living below the poverty line have found to have more propensity to migrate in order to overcome the economic distress they are in. Similarly, the paucity of employment opportunity at the local level has been compelling women to migrate to a considerable extent, as they need to shoulder the burden of their families.
Dr. Chakrabarti, is it over? Okay, I think okay, I think there is some connectivity issue with Dr. Chakrabarti. So we may now invite Dr. Pradeep Panda to start his presentation.
Audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Thank you for the opportunity, respected chairs and my revered teachers. I can see all the faces of my teacher Ravi sir and everyone. So namaskar to everyone. I'll be speaking on state level analysis of migration in India. Basically, seeing migration problem issue at a state level, disaggregated data. This is a working paper, and this is part of our study at Indian Institute of Public Administration. We're instructed the task of doing state level analysis in migration, both primary and secondary, and to suggest the policy, including the database we all are talking about. So I'll quickly go through some of the slides and come to that point. So as we know, migration isn't obviously the process of urbanization and economic development. Migration per se is not a problem, as many speakers said. It is distress migration that is the problem. Aspirational migration, in fact, contributes to economic development. And if you see migration from theoretical point of view, there are various well-established models that says that it contributes to economic growth, be it Lewis, Renaissance, and after during 1950s and 60s across India and the world, it was said that it is a dual economic growth model. Latter part of 1950s and 60s, Todaro and all, they said that migration is linked and it increases urban unemployment, that is disgraced migration and or disguised unemployment model of Lewis. After that, in 80s and late 90s and 2000, we can see that everybody talked about migration from the point of the view of selectivity, like destination and the place, and it has more linked with job search or role of migration in development or in that place of origin and destination. Professor Ravi Srivastava was talking about. It is well received in some of the Western countries, but in India, it is more of distress migration. So if we see the question of migration in India, what matters more is variation in internal migration. A lot of people talked about. The state level comparison gives a perspective to see what are the stressed area or the maps, which are the region we want to focus on from a policy perspective level. The evidence of variation in migration pattern varies obviously from state to state, and it needs to be checked at level. And obviously, we have seen this distress pictures of migration during COVID-19, and it is further aggravated issue. And migration came to the center stage, that distress migration. And we all are talking about and concerned about it. That is a positive sign for reducing that distress migration. So this paper will basically the underlying variation and trends in migration from states' point of view, and the behaviors of migrants and nature of migration in these states, and pattern of observed migration. What is this link to our health and education, infrastructure and human development from Human Development Index point of view and UNDP point of view. So data methodology, this paper study, as I said, is a working paper. It preliminarily realized on 64th round of survey of employment and unemployment and migration particulars done by NSSO during the period July 2007 to 2008. And obviously the survey covered a sample of around 1.25 lakhs household and over 5 lakh person across India. And mainly it focused on more than 80,000 comprised rural household and remaining were urban households. As I said, the methodology data analysis will be focusing on synthesis of NSSS data and its relation with UNDP data on health, education, infrastructure, ranking preliminarily the SDI parts. Coming to the study findings, we can see that there is much mobility in northern India part, primarily focusing on like Chandigarh and Delhi. It has seen highest migration, around 549 person migrate per 1,000 person, followed by Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand. So preliminarily, people are moving to northern parts, and rate of migration is also high in states Maharashtra and Kerala, being the economic hubs of the nation. And as expected, due to lack of connectivity and hilly terrain issues and all, northeastern states see lowest rate of migration. Only for, you can say in Manipur, only 9% per 1,000 migrate. Migration rates are mostly driven by female population, as we know, the marriage point of view, family point of view, all these things. And it has highest in case of Chandigarh and Lakshadweep. It is not the case. And generally, we believe that there is migration from rural to urban area, but at state level, if you see, it is also taking place in rural to rural area. Like it was Gyanarajan sir was saying, rural to rural is highest in migration, followed by rural to urban, which is much lower. The urban to rural area migration is even lesser, that is only 49. So it is more rural to rural. Then in rural to rural migration, the states which are more going are, you can stay Himachal Pradesh, followed by the Assam, Bihar, Orissa, Jammu Kashmir, Chhattisgarh, and Jharkhand. Rural to urban migration is most witnessed in Delhi, obviously, Delhi, Chandigarh, Puducherry, and some parts of Gujarat, Goa, Mizoram. Then rate of migration for most Indian states are same. Mostly they are female migrating due to post-marriage thing. That for the states of Bihar, Jammu Kashmir, Uttar Pradesh, and Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, marriage is solely the primary reason for migration. On the contrary, marriage is least important in states like northeastern states. They are, the movement is, if it is due to family, if the family is moving, the person is moving. So marriage is not a concern of migration in the northeastern states. And then if you come out forced migration, so there is existence of some forced migration in Tripura and Assam. This is not surprising because of due to, I know, the problems being insurgency. It is a continuous struggle in the regions of be it borders of Indo-Bhutan border, India-China borders and all. And natural calamity is also plays preliminary role in this migration. In Chandigarh and regions, if we see, for migration to Chandigarh and Delhi, obviously employment being the primary drivers of migration along with the parental movements. The nature of migration is usually permanent for most person. In if we see permanent migration pattern, it is prevalent in West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Bihar, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Jammu Kashmir, Punjab, Tamil Nadu. Here mostly it is permanent, migration is permanent in nature, and there is no cyclical or seasonal migration. Similarly, it is a number of migrants is return migrants is significantly large in northeastern states. If you come up duration like short-term migration is mostly highest in Nagaland, followed by Bihar, Gujarat, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal. And if there is out migrants in a household, suppose some person of the family moves to the certain person, that is out migrants. It is maximum in the case of Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, Rajasthan, Uttarakhand, and it is less in Delhi and northeastern state, being the economic capital kind of thing. And then a low count of national capital is on account it is being one of the most developed states. So in out migrants is less in Delhi. And in northeastern, its route trails to the historical and cultural thing. Like they don't, one person don't move. If it is a parental movement, that's okay. But in northeastern states, only single person doesn't generally move. And similarly, we can see the out migrants in other states like Goa, Kerala. It is least in comparison to other. Now, within state, if you can stay within state out migration, it is most significant in Gujarat. people move from other parts of Gujarat to mostly Ahmedabad and obviously Gandhinagar being the capital, and some Surat. Similarly, various districts or interstate migration occurs in Maharashtra. Most people coming to Mumbai, Thane, Pune, and all. Similarly, capitals of Nagaland and Mizoram. So, number of Delhi commuters is also substantially high for Maharashtra and Gujarat. They commute daily. It is well documented in some of the paper. Same district out migration is prominent in Jammu Kashmir, some of the region, Arunachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Himachal Pradesh. And for same state migration or same area, marriage is considered the prominent region, being Delhi, Haryana, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh. And similarly, out migrants in northeastern states, primary reason is employment kind of thing, and it is significantly high in northeastern states. And if you see about the money being sent, the remittance, we can see it is highest. People send their money in case of Bihar, Bihar and Jharkhand. Most people send money back to the native place, and the frequency of sending is low for those other states. The frequency of remittance is higher in northeastern state, Goa, Puducherry, being you can say the literacy level is higher in northeastern state, Goa, Puducherry, so remittance is higher, and similarly the safety is a concern. The amount of remittance per out migrant is highest in Chandigarh. It is around 2 lakhs, more than that, followed by Goa and Delhi. This is again reflective of high level of education and skillness of these workers. The remittance is largely utilized. If you see the pattern for is they use, it is only remittance is mostly used for consumption pattern, like obviously the food being the prominent parts in all the cities, and after that the money is used for improving household condition, repair, purchase of land, and obviously debt payment if it is a distressed migration. And some of the remittance receiving households in Goa, Gujarat, Haryana, Chandigarh use them for saving and for further investment. Then there is a concept called net migration rate. Net migration rate obviously is the difference between the in migration, out migration. How many people coming in, how many people going out. If we consider net migration rate, then Chandigarh, Delhi, Goa, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Haryana, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal are net recipients of migrants, means more people coming in than going out. List of top sender of migrants being obviously the Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Himachal, and northeastern state. And obviously for this net migration, there are push and pull factors, like the push factors being the impoverishment, socioeconomic inequality, political stability, natural calamity, lack of basic infrastructure facilities. And on the other hand, the out migration is pull factors will be like better life, like aspirational migration kind of better life, greater work opportunity.
Can you just wind up, Pradeep?
Yes, yes. And improved social structure and social infrastructure. We did this analysis. We synthesized NS data with UNDP, Human Development Index, and obviously combining data on Indian state, we found that best performing states in terms of health, education, income, and infrastructure, like if you say banking, electricity, transport, communication, the advanced states in terms of Human Development Index, Kerala, Goa, Punjab, Himachal, Maharashtra, Haryana, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal. It happens to be destination states attracting more migrants because there is the security of socio, like health, education, and infrastructure is more. Similarly, the states which are low in these backgrounds, Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Assam, Madhya Pradesh, people don't come. So migration is also less from these areas. So if the state's capacity in terms of health, education, income, infrastructure is more, the migration will be less. Concluding remark, as I can see, more than 30% migrate. Then pattern, there is a pattern in terms of nature and migration. So migration has to be looked from a local perspective for that area rather than global one, because the regions as we seen are different for different region. Most importantly, proper data collection, as everyone said, has to be done, and it has to be done using the panchayat, because panchayat has best capacity to do that. And in fact, involving SHG groups will be better. We at IIP are doing collecting data of some. We are given the data responsibility to maintain the database. So we are starting that, and we are involving elected panchayat representatives from municipalities and panchayats, and how that can be done. And Center for E-Governance at IIP is doing that. Then suggestion, as everybody said, socioeconomic development will control the distress migration and balance regional development, rural prosperity, addressing rural prosperity and skill development, obviously, because as per the Ministry of Skill Development Entrepreneurship report, only 6% of Indian labor force is skilled. So semi-skilled, low-skilled persons don't get employment in their area and they go out. So if you do skill development opportunity at grassroots level and improving education level, that will control the migration. Access to quality training, like Pradhan Mantri Kausal Vikas Yojana, PMKVY, and convergence of all the skill development scheme, be it Skill India, Digital India, Stand Up India, all this convergence along with the provision of formal credit, focusing the outcome and determining the key performance indicators, strengthening private sector participation, because private sector employs more. So that will, and mobilization of financial resources and systemic reforms at state level. Like in our Odisha also, the migration is more from like southern and western districts. Coastal district people don't generally migrate. So we are skilled in southern and western Odisha. They're skilled in textiles. If there will be local training on skill mapping, then that will be really helpful, and we are doing that. We will come up with a disaggregated and policy document and the database. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
ଅମରେନ୍ଦ୍ର କଣ ସବୁଟା ହେଇଗଲା ନା ଆଉ ଅଛି?
ସରିଗଲା, ଆମେ ଏଥିରୁ ଡିସ୍କସନ୍ ହବ. I think I would invite Dr. Himanshu Raut to give his comments on the papers.
Good afternoon to everybody. I respected president of this association, esteemed president of the session, Professor Misra, and my teachers and colleagues, esteemed participants. It is good that we have completed 6 papers. Of course, there was a time limit, but I will also restrict maybe within 5 minutes. Amarendra was telling to 7 minutes. Let me just I didn't read the papers very detailed, but yesterday night I received the paper. Morning just I overlook, and I have watched the whole presentation. Let me just tell first about Dr. Chakravarti. Of course, he has many technological glitch, but still he has presented on MGNRG and migration. And I have read the paper, but there are many things are not clear. Of course, this is a good study I have done on with tribal people. I think he can improve the paper by a very clear-cut objective And he has written the data collected in 1617, not mentioned which period, just 1617. Generally, we mentioned the period, which period you collected the data. And of course, it is already another 3 years gone. And he has told a multi-stage random sampling and purposive sampling. So this both cannot be done. You have to do either one way. And he was telling 140 households in one place. Then next I found that he has taken only women. So the sampling unit, I doubt whether the sampling unit is household or sampling unit is women migrant workers. And if it is women migrant workers, then suppose 140 household I will take, and suppose I will not get any women migrant might be theoretically. So at least we should be clear that who is your sampling unit, and accordingly you can decide the population and draw the sample. And if you have taken only women, then in your conclusion part you are telling women migrants migrate due to their stress factor, maybe financial stress, whereas the other migrants are aspirational. How come you will conclude that other migrants are aspirational? Because you have not studied it. So I think some of the points, if you can find out clarity, I think this will be a good study. I think I'll come to the next one. Dr. Sahu, Dr. Kavita Sahu, having 3 objectives, and I think the paper is a good paper, but the data and method, data section and method section may be clearly spelled out. Methodology is not there. She might be told, but in the paper, the data method should be clearly spelled out. Objective, separate data, methodology, and there are some reference which are maybe in the in-text, but not in the reference list. So that mismatch may be taken care of. And I think this is for Dr. Sahu. I'll come to Anand Meher. I think Anand, this is his PhD work, might be. It is a very good study, and he has taken Bolangir, Baleswar, Ganjam, and I think he will. It is a good study. But the methodology part, I didn't study properly. He should see the methodology part, and also the words which you are using in your paper. We should be very careful. Suppose I will tell one, you are writing pre-liberalization, post-liberalization. So what is that? Liberalization is there from 1948 till now. So it is not that only 91 having liberalization and post-liberalization. Now after 91, all liberalization period is going on. It is not completed. So that type of thing, just you check it. I think this is a very good paper. I appreciate, and it is a good piece of work. I will come to Dr. Mahanti, who has given the magnitude, nature, and composition of internal migration. I think here also the reference section is that should be taken care of. That he has given some reference in the in-text, not in the reference section. Something given in reference. Suppose, for example, Bhagat 2010, it is in-text but not in the reference. So that type of mismatch you can check. And about the sampling procedure. The sampling procedure, you have taken Kotak and Berhampur, and again you have taken Kotak municipality and Berhampur municipality. So I don't know which type of sampling you are using. Again, you have taken Khannagar and Anandnagar, and from Khannagar you have taken 40, and from Anandnagar you have taken 35 household. Actually, this is which type of migration I was not getting, whether it is destination or the source, those who are out or those who have came here, and why it is 40 and why is 35. We can give a justification to that about the sampling part. And next I can come to Dr. Minoketan and others. Okay, here one point only that I can tell, they have done a vulnerability index to do that regression. I think Mishra sir can give a comment on that. they have taken ordinal scale variable, and ordinal scale variable, what I know, we cannot average it, because ordinal we cannot use average, because whatever you are taking one, I may take two. Or suppose somebody taking high school education, suppose somebody taking literate primary secondary, you may take 1 2 3, but I may take a reverse of that. So in that sense, I think ordinal scale we cannot average. So please look into. I think Minakatan is very strong in also in the scaling system and using this. So please look it. And I think Sir also give some comment on that, Mr. Sir. The last paper, I think Dr. Ponda, it is a working paper, so I don't want to comment on it. They may complete it, you can see it. But one comment I can give, he has given 31 reference list. 31 very good reference list, but in-text citation is not there. I think that they are in working paper, so I think they will complete and they can give. And if it is working, it is a team, so at least all the team members should be maybe acknowledged and maybe given as authorship. That of course they will decide it. So that with this, I think I will close my comments. I think 5 minutes I completed. Thank you, Amarendra. Thank you, Mr. Sir.
Yes, yes. Can I take 2 to 3 minutes, Amarendra, just to wind up the session?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Let me comment all the presenters having decent papers in this particular session. Beginning with Kavita Sahu's paper, I would say it is a very commendable paper, and it definitely needs appreciation because she raised the issue of migrant rights and the kind of suggestions that she has in mind. But the paper can be articulated more strongly in the language of human rights and entitlements for migrants, and that would perhaps make the paper better. Coming to Anand Meher's work, I am very much, among all the papers, I enjoyed hearing him. His analysis is pretty scientific, based on a very survey-based information. But I must tell very clearly to Anand that when you do such kind of an analysis with a single axis of attention, that is indebtedness, and you are bringing in features of indebtedness also. But remember that all the computation that you have done goes back directly to a model. But before the model, you can have bivariate analysis of your sample data, where actually you can estimate or give me a bivariate odd of migrating among the indebted and among those who are not indebted, and try to decompose these odd ratios by controlling factors. Because whatever results you have got in the model analysis perhaps will make more meaning when you compare them with the bivariate odd, which are not controlled. That is one suggestion that I can give. And coming to Dr. Mahanti's paper, this is a very routine exercise that people do by secondary data exercise by regions for migration. One thing that misses out, because regions for migration, when you analyze, it is not education, for work, for everything. Are those region pattern comparable? Because if the region patterns are comparable like that all the time, and coming future also, you'll find that women only migrate for marriage and male migrate for work. So we'll not find any differential conclusion. In fact, this kind of comparison has a problem in the sense that, are we comparing the incomparable? Because there will be a population in which there is education age people, which is of a different structure. Therefore, if you make a standardized comparison of those who are moving for education and why, that structure has to be adjusted to make it comparable. Coming to Miniketan's paper, I think my observations are that the particular whole core exercise is based on that vulnerable index that you have computed. The vulnerability index that you have computed is a score of 1 to 5. I am afraid that, are you actually weighing all aspects of vulnerability equally? Then perhaps the index will be biased. Second thing is that, if in the index you have a minimum and a maximum value, why don't you situate the index, that computed index value, against the range, so that you are positioning the vulnerability. The second suggestion I can give is that the vulnerability, once it is computed, try to scale them not in arbitrary order, but take the proportion, say bottom 20%, what is the marker? Then next 20%, what is the marker? What will happen? That vulnerability index being categorized like that, perhaps will rank vulnerability on one hand, also give a status which will be later analyzed for determinant purposes that you are doing. That is one issue. Second is this indexing, I always appreciate, but indexing has to have a sensitivity testing. That means across job, across things, look at, do the index being verified and robustness tested against these characteristics. If you do the robustness testing, you will perhaps find much better discussion to be made on the index, even if your sample is smaller. I think, Minkatan, it's a great exercise. You are attempting something, but I think if you take my suggestions positively and do, in fact, you can write me an email. I can give you detailed ways and means of improving this paper. Coming to, Arindam's paper on NREGA and migration, I found the paper to be a little secky because of the fact that the sample is very small, the design is not known, but the stories that are spoken by him are beyond the survey, it felt to me. And I do not think that with that small sample, there are many studies relating migration and NREGA. I hope he has gone through them. And the crux of the issue is not NREGA. NREGA involvement is a very self-selected procedure. If NREGA is a self-selected procedure, how does that suppress migration? To make a very definitive conclusion about it becomes pretty difficult and dicey. And that's why I would suggest that even if you are interested in a small sample, when you go for a small sample study, it is mandatory, it is rather desirable that you try to highlight something which is not or cannot be highlighted with the macro perspective of analysis. This is very, very important. And there your emphasis of a small survey or a small scale survey comes into prominence. Coming to the final paper by Pradeep Panda, which is a very long presentation, I just wanted actually to highlight two things. Here you are analyzing secondary data, and I have been actually, being a demographer, I'm used to these data sources like from my childhood almost. But two things that is very important. This whole idea of net migration, losing state, gaining states, the last thing, the most important thing that is getting overlooked in this whole dynamic of analysis is quantum versus quality. Because we are equating migrants in numbers. These migrants, one in number with its quality. Quality dimension could be in terms of the distance they migrate, the capability with which they migrate, the attribute they have, whether they are social group identity or backwardness or entitlement or endowment. All these things, if they are brought into account, perhaps this net migration count of positive and negative could alter and differ in the sense that you will adjust the quantum of migration with quality. Another very important part of the story is that you are actually trying to bring in 2007-8 based analysis, pretty dated. But if you take and link it with, finally what you are doing, you are linking it with human development. So the issue that I told you, that if you do not adjust the story with the quality, then you are again going to link with, these are all qualitative endowment based dimensions, education, health. Therefore, I think if you want to do an eligible comparison, it is rather much, it will be appreciated if you don't read net migration as numbers, but adjust those quantum with qualities. This would be my simple suggestion to you. If you can do it, it will be much better. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Mishra and Dr. Himanshu Raut and all the paper presenters. I think Professor Mishra and Dr. Raut have given very valuable feedbacks on all the papers, and I'm sure all the paper presenters will take it up and then revise the paper accordingly, so that if they wish actually to submit the paper for the journal of the association at a later stage, they can do this. With this, I think we should conclude this session. And now we will have a break for lunch. Since we have actually already delayed things, we will start the next session at 2:30. Okay, so at least we get about 45 minutes. So we all now can actually go mute actually And but of course, this will be actually on the webinar will be active. So if anyone wishes to join can join, but then it will not be actually, there will be no response from my side. Yeah. So now we'll break for the lunch, and we all will meet by 2:30. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ramendra. Thank you, Mr. Sir. Namaste.
I was just thinking like, I think Mr. Sara and Professor Raut, I think both gave really very, very detailed and extremely useful comments, and in fact, it's quite impressive, I must say. So anyway, thanks to both of them. Really, really very good, useful comments.
So we'll break for lunch.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So we are going to start at 2:30 because the last session ended a little late. So that's how we are going to start a little late at 2:30. Okay. So I think we have with us. Let me just check the paper presenters. Radha Krishna Panda and Chittaranjan Das. Is anyone present from Radha Krishna and Chittaranjan? I can't see. If anybody is present, then can leave me a message. I think it is no one is there. Then we have Ranjulata Kahar. I think she is present. Ranjulata, are you present? Yes, Ranjulata is present. Then we have Girish Ranjan Sahu present. Then Sada Banu is present, I think. Sada Banu, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am present.
Yes. And we have Susri Sanghamitra. Yes. I will add her. Susri Sanghamitra. Okay. So we have, I think, almost all the paper presenters. And now to chair this meeting, I invite Professor Mitali Chinara, who is the head of the department.
Ravi sir, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Amarendra sir, namaskar. Sushant sir, namaskar.
Namaskar, ma'am.
Professor Chinara is the head of the department in Department of Analytical and Applied Economics, and she's also the director of UGC Human Resource Center for UGC Human Resource Center for Development in University.
You put the words correctly. UGC Human Resource Development Center. UGC Center Human Development. UGC Development.
Okay.
Most
Okay, and most importantly, Professor Chinara is a member of the OBC Commission of Government of Orissa. Okay. So and along with us, okay, so Professor Chinara will chair this session, and then we have with us Professor Sushant Kumar Mahapatra.
Namaskar.
Mahapatra, who will be the discussant for all the authors. Now, with this brief note, I welcome everyone and I hand over the floor to Professor Chinara and Dr. Mahapatra. It's over to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Amarendra. Dear participants, most revered participants, the present secretary, the past secretary of Orissa Economic Association, revered all the present, revered our teachers. I think Bhavesh sir was here, and Kesav sir, everybody. So with a deep sense of gratitude and thankfulness, I accept this. I take it as an honor to have been conferred with the responsibility of chairing a session in Orissa Economic Association. It's a great pleasure and a privilege as well. So without wasting time, I think we should directly move on to Dukhabandhu Sahu is also there. I welcome him, and I request Dukhabandhu Sahu to show his face, switching on the camera. We let him not deprive us of having a look at his face. So with these words, I think we should move on to how many papers are there, Amarendra sir? 5. You are muted, Amarendra. You are muted.
Oh, no, we have 5, but then 4 are present.
Okay, great. So whatever, let us the presenter may join before the end of the session. Dukhabandhu, welcome. Good to see you. So let us start with let us straight away move to the first presenter. I invite the first presenter to present the paper. Yes? Who is the first presenter? I just I have to open the schedule. Amarendra, please invite.
Ideally, it should be Radha Krishna Panda and Chittaranjan Das, but I think they are not present. So we can start with Ranjulata Kahar. So
Okay, Ranjulata Kahar, are you there?
She is there, yes.
Okay, So let her start presenting.
Yes. Technical problem. My PPT is
Yes.
I think she has internet connectivity issues.
We cannot hear.
Yes.
I think there is some issues.
Ranjulata, can you hear us? Okay, give us some time. Let us move on to Girish Ranjan Sahu and Pradeep Kumar Sahu. Yes, are they there? Girish Ranjan Sahu, I can see him on the screen.
Yes.
Sir, can you present the paper? Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. So, do you have a PPT?
Yes, madam. I just I'm putting.
Okay.
This question we'll do at the end, or ma'am?
Sir, I think Amarendra, the last session also we did the same thing. Discussion at the end.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So the paper is titled Tribal Labor Migration to Urban Areas, Legal Issues and Challenges.
Yes, madam.
Ranjan Sahu and Pradeep Kumar Sahu, Tribal Labor Migration to Urban Areas, Legal Issues and Challenges. I think what Amarendra sir, what we can do, the other presenters, we can ask them to send their PPT, mail their PPT to you so that you can project it, and we save some time, because Pradeep sir or Girish sir, you just rotate the mobile, make it in the landscape form so that it will come full screens. Rotate the mobile. You hold, no, you rotate. Onto mobile ta. Yeah, extremely fine. That's, I mean, it was better. This is better. Yes, rotate it. Yes.
Okay.
This is better, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected President, Sir, Secretary Sir, and Mitali Madam, present over here. It is a good opportunity that now I'm presenting my paper. The topic of my paper is Tribal Labor Migration to Urban Areas, Legal Issues and Challenges. It is, my co-author is Mr. Pradeep Kumar Sahu, Assistant Professor, Department Social Work, Utkal University, Rural Branch. Basically, migration is the movement of people from one place to another place. Migration causes for various purposes, of which migration for livelihood, occupation, and economic betterment is one of the major drives among the resource of poor backward people. Tribes are the aboriginal and most primitive people of the society, generally inhabit in the forest area. Traditionally, it has been seen that tribes collect their livelihood from forest and land for their living with the passage of time for the ancestral livelihood. So the outline of my paper is motivation, background, objectives, data and methods, review of related literature, findings, conclusion, and lastly, I have put here some implication, legal implication. The just motivation and background. Tribes are the forest dwellers, primitive and most aboriginal community of the society. Traditionally, they have been dependent on forest, land, agriculture, and other CPR of their livelihood. Due to increasing population, changing government policies, effect of modernization, urbanization, industrialization, and other legal and social issues, their traditional livelihood and occupation have destroyed, means totally or partially, somewhat cases destroyed. As a result, many tribes are forced to migrate to urban areas for alternative livelihood. The main cause is for getting the alternative livelihood. Just I am putting, I have put some issues faced by tribes in the sources. What are the issues? Loss of ancestral land and occupation, loss of CPR, structural unemployment, loss of forest resources, and other issues. In regard loss of ancestral land and occupation, ancestral agricultural land required and traditional occupation adopted by government policy, urbanization, industrialization. Number two, loss of CPR, damage of common property resources like common land, water, etc. Structural unemployment created by structural changes, loss of forest resources. Forest and forest-based livelihood affected basically more. Other issues, the other issues are displacement, migration, corruption, crime, theft, and gundaraj also. My objectives. I have put it 3 objectives: to study the cause to tribal labor migration to urban areas. Number 2, to assess the tribal issues and social challenges of migrant tribal laborers working in the urban sector. Data, methods, study area. All the 5, I have taken all the 5 municipal corporations all over the Orissa, like Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, Sambalpur, Rourkela, and Barakpur. This is based on only primary data. Tool of data collection, I have taken interview schedule, group discussion, etc. Sampling method, which is basically based on snowball sampling. Sampling unit, migrant tribal labor household basically. Sample size, I have taken 500 household and 8 number of group discussions. Data analysis, this data analyzed by descriptive statistics and other higher statistical methods are used through SPSS 20 to SPSS 20 method. So in my literature, basically literature focuses on the tribes, the definition of tribes and tribes in Orissa and tribes in India, and tribal livelihood. The literature review contains 3 things, basically the definition of tribes in different part of Orissa, what is their problems, and the tribes in India. Then I have focused the causes of tribal migration to urban area. The main causes are, I have taken 500 samples. So within 500 samples, lack of jobs at sources is 297, that is 59.4%. Disturbance with family and neighbor, it is 48 number and percentage is 9.6%. Personal debt, the number is 107 and the percentage is 21.4. Less wages, income and source, that is the number is 30. Political issues like crime, theft, disturbance, etc. The number is 9 and the percentage is 1.8. So occupation of the family member at source, I have given a diagram. You can see the diagram. And then next, income of tribal migrant sample household at source before migration. I have put a table that is before migration. What was their income level? Income at source before migration, the frequency and percentage. It is, I have divided it is 4 parts. 2,500, then 2,501 to 5,000, 5,000 to 7,500, and 7,501 to 10,000. Then I have also given the description like primary occupation in the tribal migrant family members are destination. Income from primary occupation of tribal migrant household at destination. There is a comparison between source and the destination. That is primary income at destination, frequency, and percentage. Also, I have put it is in 6 divisions like 2,500, 2,501 to 5,000, 5,001 to 7,500, 7,501 to 10,000, 10,001 to 15,000, and above the 15,000. I have also given the frequency, percentage, and details. Then comparison of migrant income, source and destination. Then I have taken some causes and also legal issues, whether there is a job security for the migrants, those who are working in the urban sector. Urban sector means I have already discussed or told that I have taken the major municipality corporation of Orissa, 5 major municipality corporation of Orissa, whether they are signed for contract or not. That is the municipality corporations like Cuttack, Ganjam, Khodda, Sambalpur, and the district also Raulkela comes under Sundargarh district, and Barampur comes under Ganjam district. So how many numbers of people given their opinion or yes, or how many of people given their opinion no, and there must be no opinion. Yes, the total 74, and the percentage is 14.8. No, the total 378, and the percentage is total percentage is 75.6. No opinion given 48, and the percentage is 9.6. The nature of job contract, type of household, respondent, and destination. Then I have taken only focuses some legal issues what the tribal male or female members are facing in basically urban sectors. The legal issues are whether any social exclusion at workplace. Number 2, any pension due to social exclusion. Number 3, any occupational disease in last 5 years. Number 4, any provision of safety gear or training, or any health hazard they are facing, any health hazards. Provision for if there is any case facility or not. Provision of separate Latin for women or not. Any provision restroom for the laborers at workplace or not. Availability of drinking water available at the workplace or not. There are a fixing of working hour must be 8 hours or not. Or also probably the equipments by these equipments those laborers are working, whether they are properly fenced or not. Provision of fire extinguisher is applied in the workplace or not. So I have taken so many legal problems and also taken the data. And another thing regarding social security arranged for the laborers at destination, like the social security coverage of health insurance, like accident benefit, like ESI, medical or insurance facility, maternity benefit is government, all the government provision for social security. Migrant there, whether the children compulsory free and compulsory education, whether the children of migrant laborer are getting free or compulsory education or not. Provision of EPF and also bonus facility are there. And also I have taken the legal problems. Under legal problems, there is with dissimilarity and cause of accidental or death, or whether they are getting any facilities or any financial benefits for any accidental death, or whether they are legally getting legally prescribed wages or not, whether in the workplace the contractor or the other persons are maintain master role or not, whether the workers are trained regarding the equipments or not, whether the contractors are deduct any illegal wages or not, the whether the bouncer are engaged to control the workers or the workplace or not. Basically, and the tribal women are exploited by the contractor or any other persons in the job site or not. So I have taken so many legal problems and also collected the data, and lastly I found the data and given my conclusion. Basically, the innocent tribes migrate to urban area for lack of job, inadequate wage income, personal debts for education, health, cultural celebration, and socio-political issues are the source. Migration, number 2, migration to urban area enhance their income with certain better basic facilities. Number 3, migration also causes a number issues like exploitation, torture, long hours of work, and deprivation from a number of legal rights. And also I have given some legal implications. The legal implications are: the study will help to ensure the rights of migrant tribal laborer working in urban area. Number 2, it will also help to focus more on tribal education, awareness, and skill development. Number 3, the basic safety and security of tribes will be funded and proper execution will be focused. All the things regarding my paper, and thank you all for listening patiently. Okay, sir.
Thank you, Girish Ranjan Sahu, for your paper presentation.
Yes, madam.
We shall discuss about the paper at the end of all the presentations. Please, Girish Ranjan Sahu, please stop sharing your screen so that you move on to the next presentation. Ranjulata Khanna, are you connected now? Ranjulata Khanna, are you there? So we'll come back. Thank you. So may I invite Saida Banu, Puravi Biswal, and Sanjukta Das. Saida Banu, I can see her here.
I am.
Yeah, please. You have a PowerPoint?
Sorry, ma'am.
Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Please share it. And their paper is Vulnerability of Migrant Workers and the Need for Social Security, a study of brick kiln workers from Balangir district.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Your screen is also visible. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, respected sir, Mitali ma'am, Susan sir, and the galaxy of intellectuals. I am Saida Banu going to present our paper on the topic Vulnerability of Migrant Workers and the Need for Social Security, a study of brick kiln workers from Balangir district. Basically, this paper examines how the livelihood insecurity forces labor to migrate and entrap them into the vicious circle of debt-bonded-led migration, taking the migrant brick kiln workers from Balangir district. It is also this paper also focuses on the vulnerability of migrant workers working in the brick kiln caused due to the COVID-driven lockdown. Further, it also discusses how the market and government fail to rescue them from the vulnerabilities. Mostly, the deprived section of the society, poor, landless, unskilled, and semi-skilled laborers migrate from underdeveloped areas for their survival. And these workers migrate via intermediaries or labor contractors. Starting from their journey to destination and again back to the source, the laborers suffer from human rights violation. The employer and contractor treats them as subhuman in the absence of labor-friendly institutions. Their security and well-being are not in the agenda of urban planner. In the workplace also, they suffer from long hours of hard work, safety issues, and their medical provisions are very negligible. They get very little or no social security at the destination. Declaration of lockdown in March 2020 halted all the outside economic activity. This resulted in employment and income shock to the millions of workers. Among them, the migrant workers got the hardest hit. They were made vulnerable to COVID-19, hunger, starvation, and mental trauma, even though they contributed for the growth of the destination state. We have reviewed a number of literature by Komelo, Chatterjee, Das and Seth, and we found that Komelo in his paper explained that the casual or contract terms of work make the migrants vulnerable in terms of low wage, lack of access to social protection. Another work by Das and Seth, in that paper they found that the capitalist consisting of brick lane owner and contractor are making or generating surplus at the cost of labor through labor exploitation. However, there are very few literatures regarding the plight of the uh, migrant workers working in the brick lane during COVID-19. This study is a modest attempt to fill up the gap to certain extent. Objective of the study. The main objective of the study is to examine the livelihood security in the Bolangir district and to analyze the resource base of the migrant household, to analyze the risk and shocks faced by the migrant working in the brick lane and their vulnerability in usual years and during the COVID-19. Further, it also examines the social securities available for the migrant worker. In the year 2000, this study is based on both primary and secondary data. In the year 2017, we have conducted household survey from two villages, from two blocks of the Bolangir district to analyze the resource base of the migrant workers, as well as to know the different vulnerabilities they faced at the workplace. Further, a rapid survey was also conducted in the month of December to know the new challenges and risk faced by the migrant workers working in the brick lane during the lockdown period. We have to capture the vulnerabilities. We have taken the hardship faced by the migrants during the COVID-19, and as well as we have analyzed the health status of migrant workers by taking death rates and morbidity rate and death rates. We have also created a we have also created a strain variable in which we have calculated total strain of each migrant, taking the work strain of different workers. We have given highest value for strenuous work and we have assigned lowest value for low strain work. Major finding. Bolangir district is one of the 250 most backward districts of India. Of its 74% of its workers depends on agriculture. Either they work as cultivator or they work as agricultural labor. Of the cultivators, 71% are marginal and 20% are small farmer. Approximately 60% of its gross cropped area does not have irrigation facilities, which indicates less possibility of multiple cropping. Due to low size of land holding and absence of irrigation facilities, agriculture is not creating adequate livelihood in the district. Around 30% of the population of Bolangir district depends upon forest. But the increasing degradation of forest fails to provide non-timber forest products for supporting the livelihood. As far as mining is concerned, employment generation through mining is not very high in this district due to the increased use of machine. Only 6.4% of the workers of the districts are engaged in industry. It is also found that the flexi program of government like MGNREG is also not creating adequate employment opportunity. By analyzing the data, we have found that on an average per household is getting 37 to 54 days of employment under MGNREG between 2014-15 to 19-20. Further, if we add the IA and RLM with the MGNREG, then the number of days per household able to get the employment is even less than 90. So it is clearly indicating that the market as well as public sector in the district is not creating adequate amount of employment. So the poorer and relatively deprived section of the society are forcefully migrating for their survival. By analyzing the resource base of the migrant household, we came to know that 40% of the sample household are landless, and none of the sample household have more than 5 acres of land. And further, uh, they also depends on the on forest, and they also collect non-timber forest product. As high as 60% of the household got non-timber forest product worth of 600. Only 8% of the household collected non-timber forest product worth of above 1500 rupees. This is not adequate. By analyzing the income earned from the different sources at the origin between June to November, we found that more than 90% of the sample household have monthly per capita income less than 1200, which means 40 rupees daily per capita, which is very meager amount, and the low income leads them to the state of poverty. We have also calculated all the work possibilities at the origin. At the origin, they could get a maximum of 47 days of work, including agriculture. This is not adequate for the whole year. They have reported the unavailability of work and delay in payment under MGNREGA, and hence the non-availability of adequate livelihood opportunity forces them to borrow for their survival. The easy way to borrow money is the labor contractor locally available. The labor contractor gives interest-free loan, but it is not interest-free, as the laborers can now only offer themselves as collateral in the form of bondage. This is how the debt bonded led migration works. In case of migration, the laborers get good amount of income, but major portion of this income is given in the form of advance, which they receive at the origin, and which they used for the debt, for the purpose of debt repayment, ritual, marriages, even in the consumption of alcohol. As they are receiving major portion at the origin, it means very meager amount they are receiving at the destination. With that meager amount, they can afford only low quality of food. These compiled with intense and long hours of work adversely affect their health condition. Further, they live in very miserable and unhygienic condition at the destination. They use the same water for drinking and cooking which is used for brick kiln. We have analyzed total strain of each migrant, and by analyzing total strain of each migrant, we have found that more than 70% of the migrants have taken high or very high strain at the destination. Further, we have analyzed the morbidity rate, and more than 40% of the migrants reported some illness relating to
Saida,
lungs.
I think you need to move your slides. You are at one slide. You are moved. You have your presentation has moved right. Yes.
Sorry. Okay. So more than 40% of the migrants reported some illness relating to lungs, bones, and infection. All these are thought to be linked with malnutrition, hard work, and unsanitized living condition. By analyzing that cases, we have found that the life expectancy of migrants has drastically reduced. 45% of out of total death, 45% deaths were occurred at the age of 40, and 33% of deaths were caused by TB, which is the highest killer disease in this area. Further, when we are analyzing the lockdown situation, the declaration of lockdown brought numerous risks to the brick kiln worker. Initially, the employer of the brick kiln thought that after few days the operation will be resumed, so they gave lesser money to the workers for their food. In spite of having money, they could not get food as the rations of and roadside eateries were closed. The condition of migrant workers became more worse when lockdown extended, and there was uncertainty regarding the unlocking of economy. At that time, Employer was neither interested to keep them by paying for food, nor was they interested to send them back, because further this will add to the loss of employer. So the employer stopped giving money for food. Now the half-starved workers threatened by full starvation, and help from the charitable institutions was like a drop in the ocean. The government supply of cooked food to the destitute was highly irregular and inadequate. The fear to be infected in future and die in the foreign land was haunting them. They were desperate to return back to their native place. When they approached for some money to the employer refused and physically assaulted them. And many of the migrant workers have contacted their labor contractor and arranged some debt for their return. And most of the migrant workers started their sojourn journey by foot or by cycle, as none of them expected the provision of labor special train uh, and return by their own arrangement without registration. So the registration portal of government of Odisha is also not reflecting the exact number of returning migrants to the Balangir district. Luckily, their entry into the village was not opposed by the locals, as the influential people in the locality remained silent, as some of them are contractor or contractor friends and relatives. Hence, it was not made public. This time, the migrants have returned earlier with a lot of horrible experiences. The experiences of multiple vulnerabilities captured their body and mind. Starvation, long and hectic journey, anxiety, and the fear to be oppressed by the people on the way all made them weak both physically and mentally. They received free ration under PDS at the origin. They decided not to migrate again and would work even at a low wage. Government resumed the public works under IMG and RGA. Those who had job cards joined and worked. Other works in the agriculture, but earning at the source was not sufficient. Gradually, the possibility of employment from agriculture declines, and the worker realized the low possibility of employment at the source. At that time, the contractor was also visiting them and giving reminder of the debt taken for return, and the contractor also allured them with a little bit higher amount of advance. They again accept the advance and became ready to migrate. When we reminded them the harsh realities, they said that they do not have any better option. This is how the poor are entrapped in the vicious circle of debt bonded led migration. Vulnerability of migrants in general and the bricklane workers in particular, as discussed, reflects the absence of effective labor-friendly institutions. The state have failed to implement its existing labor protecting law. For example, Interstate Migrant Workmen Act. Under this act, the interstate employer of the migrant need to provide the accommodation facilities, medical facilities, and other allowances and other provisions. But in the reality, the accommodation and other facilities provided by the employer is of very low quality. They are living in a very miserable condition at the destination. Further, similarly, under the Contract Labor Act 1970, long hours of manual work, low wage rate, absence of compensation in case of accident can be checked, but it is not taking place because officers frequent inspection to the site for checking of the records of wage payment. Discrepancy between hours of work mentioned and actual ones labor employed officially and actually is rare. Besides this, there are other laws: Workmen Compensation Act 1923, Employee State Insurance Act 1948. All these acts are becoming defunct because the law violator, because there is a connivance between the law violators and law protectors. In addition to this, the non-portability of most of the social security, such as PDS entitlement and different allowances, reduces the real income of the migrant worker at the destination. And in the absence of The workers become unrecognized and they are the invisible citizens in the absence of well accepted dignified labor identity card to access all the rights and facilities provided by the government. And the COVID driven lockdown made them visible. Often community and state provided them some facilities as a matter of charity, as happened during the lockdown period. But their right to life and entitlement to food and nutrition were not considered. Otherwise, the government, instead of asking the people to donate for the cause, might have used special borrowing or taxation route to generate the source. To conclude, it is better to be late than never. Labor migration is an essential component of economic growth. Realizing and accepting this fact, effective labor protecting institutions must be created so that there will be inclusive economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Saida Banu. Thank you so much. We'll go to the next presenter, who is Susri Sanghamitra. Saida Banu, please stop sharing your screen. Yeah, thank you. So, Susri Sanghamitra, are you there? I could.
Yes, ma'am.
You're there? Okay, okay. Please go ahead. Her paper is Internal Migration, a micro-level study in Orissa. Labor migration, internal migration, a micro-level study in Orissa. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I present my topic, impact of COVID-19 on migrant worker of Orissa. Go to the introduction. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Indian migrant workers during the COVID-19 pandemic have faced multiple adversities during the time all the facilities and workplaces closed due to lockdown enacted in the country. Millions of migrant workers had to deal with the loss of income, food shortage, and uncertainty about their future. Thousands of them began working back to home with no means of transport due to lockdown. Migrant workers represent 4.7% of global labor force, and rarely half of them are women. International Labour Organization estimate that full and partial lockdown measures are affected almost 2.2 billion workers. On March 2020, the government of India, under the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ordered the nationwide lockdown for 21 days, where movement of the entire 1.3 million population of India has India, it was ordered after 14 hours voluntary public curfew on 22 March, followed by implementation of a series of regulation in the country's COVID-19 affected regions. In Orissa state, the first case of COVID-19 was detected 16th March 2020. The date shows that instead of lockdown and all sorts of preventive measures, the disease is spreading very quickly. When migrants started returning from neighboring states, the second phase of the rapid rising trend of COVID-19 infection cases was started from month of May 2020, when a large number of migrants returned from Gujarat, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and other countries. Hence, the rapid rise of COVID-19 cases in the Orissa is mostly due to infection of return migration. Then come to a review. Then come to review of literature of some Dr. Purnima G.R. and Dr. Suresh Kumar M.R. on June 2020 said that establishing a register for migration labor would help procedure the data on migrant labor classified state-wise, and issuing number of each migrant would help availability, health and other benefits. Anup Khan 2020 discussed some of the important issues regarding the effect of epidemic like COVID-19 on migrant population. Siblal Meher and Jyotirmoy Nanda, June 2020, said that the migrant must be registered at the panchayat level with their details, and working day under MNREGA should be increased, which will incorporate to observe the returned migrants. My study is based, my objective is to evaluate the impact of COVID-19 on migrant workers of Orissa. I take methodology percentage and trade line. Then sources of data is secondary. Mostly the data is coming from COVID-19 Orissa state dashboard. Then come to the explanation of the study. The figure one says explain that the empirical the study of the daily new positive cases of COVID-19 in Odisha. Figure 1 shows that the positive cases in Odisha which is starting from 16th March 2020 to the end of December 2020. The first COVID-19 case on March 16, 2020, when a 33 years old researcher who had returned from Italy tested positive. The initial case was among those individuals who had come from COVID-19 infected countries. The state dashboard revealed that initially Khordha and Jajpur were the district with the highest number of cases in March, April, and May. After that, the return of more than 5.5 lakh migrant workers in the middle of May and June, after the lockdown restrictions were relaxed, that is changed the whole scenario. Ganjam district has highest number of returned migrants, and this district became the COVID hotspot of the state, followed by Khordha and Cuttack. Some of the migrants did not follow the quarantine rules, not maintaining social distancing, and not personal hygiene, so that the positive cases increased day by day. At the time of August, September, and October, the situation is not under control, and the COVID positive cases reached its peak position. As of the as of the October 25, Odisha had 274,181 corona cases. Then come to the second figure, which says that the age-wise percentage of COVID cases. This figure shows that the government of Orissa divided the number of confirmed COVID cases into 4 different age groups. There are 4 age groups.
Susri Sanghamitra, may I interrupt for a minute? The thing is that you are talking about the general COVID situation. We don't need to talk about general COVID situation. You talk about your topic, which is on COVID on migrant workers. You come to your topic instead of talking about general COVID and what is the incidence statistics. You don't have to waste time on that. Okay, please concentrate on your topic, COVID-19 on migrant workers. Yes, thank you.
The figure 4 says the traveling number of migrant workers from different states by train. This figure shows that the number of migrants returned to Orissa by train. The central government and the state government arrange the central government and the state government arrange the Shramik special train from the migrant workers to return their hometown. Figure shows that 1,30,537 migrant workers are returned from Gujarat, followed by Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and other states. Figure 5 then shows the number of passengers returned by bus. The central government and the state government arrange special bus for migrant workers to return their hometowns. Figure shows that the highest number of migrants returned from Tamil Nadu, that is 57,818. After that, West Bengal 37,382, Telangana 23,588, and so on. This is the time for the state government to control these huge returned migrants. Then the social and the economic effect of the COVID-19 on migrant workers. Social effect, the first point is anxiety and mental health of return of the rural migrants. So, during COVID-19 lockdown period of India nationwide, suddenly ban on travel, lack of work lead to no financial means to take care of daily food expenses, and quarantine rules all have result on huge level of anxiety, which is in turn include social irresponsibility behavior and panic attack among inter-migrant workers. Then the lack of awareness and careless behavior. Careless behavior of people leading to increased COVID-19 positive cases. Increased COVID-19 cases is due to complacency among people who have started taking the situation lightly. The use of masks and social distancing norms are not being followed completely. Complacency among people with regard to social distance and other preventive norms and easing of restrictions are leading to rise of COVID-19 cases. Then come to the economic effect. The economic effect is first is unemployment and poverty. About 450 million. About 450 million informal workers comprising 90% of India's workforce were not permitted to have paid leaves. A large part of them are migrant workers who are at the edge of emergency or catastrophe during the lockdown, when work from home became the new norms throughout the global due to epidemic. Numerous among these interstate migrants pick the walk hundreds of kilometers in the hope to reach their native places. Among them, the terror of staying hungry over day to day wage loss over shadow their anxiety and disease of virus. Then debt trap. Debt trap is the poor, hopeless families are enforced to borrow at the high interest rate from private money lender in form of cash, and suffer unspeakable scare and aggression at the time of non-payment. During the time of COVID-19 emergency, when there is jobless and no sources of income, borrowing dependence has been huge, especially among rural migrants. Homelessness. This COVID-19 pandemic has found in.
Sanghamitra, you have 2 minutes to conclude. Okay.
Okay. This COVID-19 pandemic has thrown a new crisis in India, so a mass exodus of migrant workers from different parts of the country, including national capital. Thousands of daily wage and other having been returned jobless and homeless due to nationwide lockdown to check the spread of deadly coronavirus appear determined to reach their home towards village. Then infrastructural facility in Orissa to handle COVID-19. A total number of 35 COVID hospitals and 5,547 beds and 342 ICUs were established by the state government. There is a big challenge for the government of Orissa to arrange the COVID affected persons in the state. The state had very few health infrastructure, but the hospitals were not infrastructure, and the hospitals were not suitable to arrange the COVID-19 infection persons as it required isolation. So that state government established a new COVID hospital in the district to accommodate the COVID positive persons. A total number of 35 COVID hospitals are there in the state, and the Odisha government established at least one COVID hospital in all the districts. In order to facilitate the quarantine in the migrant, the state government has established 17,638 temporary medical centers in the different Gram Panchayat.
Please conclude, Sanghamitra. Please conclude. Come to a conclusion.
Migrants need to register themselves at Panchayat level with their details. Public distribution services may be increased by adopting one nation, one card, by e-transaction of Aadhaar card. More working day under MNREGA should be incorporated to observe the return migrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanghamitra. We come to Ranjulatha Kanhar. Stop sharing your screen, please. Sanghamitra, please stop sharing your screen. Sanghamitra, are you there? Susri Sanghamitra, please stop sharing your screen. And I request Ranjulatha Kanhar.
Thank you, ma'am. May I be audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a PowerPoint, please present. Otherwise, you have a PowerPoint. Did she get disconnected? Ranjulatha Kanhar. I can't see her. No, she's there. She's there.
She's there, yeah.
Yeah, she's there. Ranjulatha, I think she is facing some internet connectivity issues.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Yes. Please go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
There is some problem in sharing screen, PPT, ma'am. Can I start without?
You should have sent it by mail. You had the first presentation, and I asked that those who have problem to send it by mail. You send it by mail to the organizers, and you can go ahead. We cannot wait anymore because you are the last presenter. Amarendra sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ranjulata, either you can send the PPT or you can just speak about your paper.
I think let her speak. No, I think that will be
Respected
better.
ma'am.
Okay.
Respected ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Respected ma'am, all the panelists, good afternoon to all. I am Ranjulata Kahar, going to present my paper on the topic of internal migration, a micro-level study from Orissa. First, we come to introduction part, that is the population movement from one place to another place, temporarily or permanently, and its settlement is an age-old phenomenon of human civilizations. Among the terms used for population movement, the most frequent
You are not audible anymore, Ranjulata.
I am audible.
Yeah, you are audible, but you are getting disconnected. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Please. You come to your, I just suggest, because you have a connectivity issue, you don't go for all those introduction. Don't define migration, but it has been discussed since the beginning of the day. So just come to your topic so that you can, you speak what is special about your paper. Okay, please.
We come to the importance of the study. The population movement in a country is often regarded as an index of its economic development. This is based on the historical phenomenon related to the fact that the very process of industrialization is present in developed countries, but in its way, concentration of people in the urban industrial center.
What to do?
I think, yeah, I think then we can go for discussion. I think Ranjulata Kahar is facing serious internet connectivity issues. So maybe we can start the discussion. But
The past paper presenters are not there, no? They were not there at the beginning of the session. No?
Pardon?
The fast paper was also the paper. They
So
were all.
they are not present. They are not present.
Okay.
But then our Dr. Sushant Mahapatra, again, he has connectivity issues also.
Ranjulata is trying to take it. Ranjulata, you should have gone to a place where there is better connectivity. Okay. We can't hear you, dear.
Now, would you like to,
Ma'am, can I?
Yeah?
Yes, you go ahead if you can. Yes.
Can I stop?
Yes, you can, but you're getting disconnected and you're not able to hear in between. Please, we are waiting for you to hear from you. Yes, you're not audible. No, we can't hear you.
I present my paper tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
Hello?
I don't know. The schedule is already drawn. I don't know.
So it will be difficult because tomorrow we have theme 2 related papers. So Yeah, but if
She
there
can
is a dropout, then we will try to accommodate.
she can be accommodated in the latter session today. If you can go to a place where there is connectivity, because the session after this is also on migration, you can she can be accommodated there. Better you go to a place where you have better connectivity. Ranjulata, are you hearing? जोठी टिके कनेक्टिविटी थिबो जदि सेठी को जिवो या पर सेशन का मध्य अच्छी माइग्रेशन ऊपर से सेशन रे इट कैन बी प्रोलॉन्ग्ड अ बिट एंड यू कैन बी अकोमोडेटेड दैट इज द ओनली पॉसिबिलिटी रवि सर कोन कहउचंती
Migrate there.
आज्ञा
She can migrate there.
migration to solve the issue, yes. So घरा सारा बुली बुली so now that is a time for discussion, and Sushant sir has already been has got disengaged from the session, I think. So what do we do?
Again, Dr. Mahapatra also got disconnected because there is a power failure in his side. So if you can make some remarks on the papers, that would be fine.
Okay. Okay. So thank you. In the absence of the discussant, I develop as the role take up the role of the discussant as well. So it's in a double role. So it doesn't matter. But in any case, the first paper was on tribal labor migration to urban areas, legal issues and challenges. They have covered 5 municipal corporations covering 500, a sample size of 500. It's quite a good sample size. But the topic is they're supposed to talk about legal issues, and I couldn't find any legal issues which I thought it will be on what the legal issues the migrants are facing at the place of migration. And besides so legal issues, probably what they have seen is what are the provisions for them are there at the place of migration which is not being carried out. So the paper could have been titled differently. So legal issues is not reflected in the paper, and besides with this good sample size, they have taken a snowball sampling, and they have just projected the numbers, like why they have migrated, what are the problems, without a proper analysis. They have not drawn any conclusion. Like they have not analyzed the numbers. They have just projected the numbers, given the frequencies and tables without analyzing and without drawing any inference. So the paper, there is a lot of scope for improvement so far as analysis is concerned. That's my take. So if they have anything to say, they can of course say. So the paper could have been titled otherwise. Okay, legal issues can be dropped. It should be issues and challenges without word legal. Then the second paper was presented by Saida Banu Purabi Biswal and Madam Sanjukta Das on vulnerability of migrant workers and the need for social security, a study of the brick kiln workers from Bolangir district. They have taken a 2-period study. They had carried out a study regarding the brick kiln workers at the place of at the source of the migration, sometimes in 2016-17, and where they have studied the resource base and the livelihood opportunities they have because of and they have analyzed the reasons for which they are migrating, why they are migrating, what is the resource base, what kind of a life and livelihood. They have analyzed the life and livelihoods of these people who are migrating from Bolangir district. They have given a picture of Bolangir district at large also, showing that there is lack of livelihood opportunities at in Bolangir district. And subsequently, after the COVID-19 pandemic, they have contacted. There is another. They have contacted some of them, a part of it, not the whole of it, a part of it. They have tried a quick survey in December. They have said in December 2020 to see a part of it and what are the problems the brick kiln workers are facing. So it's a good paper. I would say it's a nice paper which talks about which kind of connects the 2 periods. So one, what was the situation in 2016-17 when which prompted them or which kind of forced them to migrate from Bolangir to the brick kilns of different of the parts, and they have also shown the kind of life they have the kind of remittance or the kind of the kind of bondage with the labor contractors and all those issues they have analyzed, and also they have shown the situation of in COVID-19, and it's a good paper. It's the work is, I mean, this kind of follow up after COVID-19, they have followed up a part of the same sample which they had taken earlier, and it is a good work. I should congratulate the paper presenters and the paper writers. It was a good paper in my opinion. Then Susri Sanghamitra was talking about impact of COVID-19 on migrant workers of Odisha. It makes some broad sweeps of the general kind. It's a very broad paper without talking about much of data on what is the impact of COVID-19 on migrant workers. It's a good, but it's I think she's a research scholar in one of our universities, and she has but one thing I would say, yes, they have faced anyone could have said that they have faced this kind of broad difficulties, problems with regard to food, programs with regard to transportation and all that. And the conclusions that she has given is not one thing I would say that for the paper presenters, your conclusion should be based on your analysis instead of talking from your own or from your general perception. So another conclusions that she drew, if I remember correctly, that what this should be done, and there should be one was they should be kind of registering themselves at the panchayat level. She doesn't justify. These are all broad conclusions of general comments instead of being drawn from the analysis from the paper. However, that she is trying to write a paper is good enough, and she should try to improve upon it. And one should always remember that the conclusion or policy prescription that you are giving should be drawn from your own analysis instead of the paper or the writings you follow from the media or elsewhere. So these are the three papers. So practically we had three papers, and Ranjulata Kanhar could not present her paper. So these are the three papers, and these are my broad submission regarding these three papers. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to listen to these paper presenters and for chairing the session. Thank you so much, the organizers, Dr. Amarendra Das, the secretary, my revered teacher, Professor Bhavesh Sen, and of course the past secretary who is sitting behind Amarendra and watching the whole thing, and lest it goes out of control, he is there to keep the threads and the strings clearly in his hands, and he's there to see and not to see and control. So thank you, sir, Ravi sir. So he is the person behind the scene who is actually calling all the shots, and he's the real, I think. I should thank him also for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Ravi sir, for reposing your confidence on me. Thank you all.
Very good. Thank you.
Sir Subilani.
Sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Chinara and Dr. Sushant Mahapatra. Sushant Mahapatra actually could not stay with us till the end because there was some power disruption. I think Professor Chinara has given very good feedback to all the paper presenters. I think they will incorporate it in their paper. And we are sorry for Anjulata because I think she had connectivity issues. But if she can join anytime before we conclude today, she can still get an opportunity to make her presentation. Now with this, I thank again Professor Chinara and Dr. Mahapatra. Now we'll move to the, okay, if anyone has any comments, can so.
No, I have no comments. Sorry to interrupt your concluding part. I think let Mr. Sushant send his comments by mail or something. So the benefit of the comments would still be available to the scholars. Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, Dr. Mahapatra told me that he has already noted down the comments for past 4 papers that he has already listened to. So I will request him to send the comments to all the authors.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Sri Girish Ranjan Sahu wants to say something. They're raising hands. Girish Ranjan Sahu, do you want to say something? No, I think. Okay, so then we will move to the next session. So with this, we conclude this technical session. Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Professor Dharmabrata Mahapatra, who is the head of the Department Economics in Ravenshaw University, to chair this session, and Professor Dukhabandhu Sahu, who is working at IIT Bhubaneswar, who will be the discussant for this session. So now it's over to Professor Dharmabrata Mahapatra and Professor Dukhabandhu Sahu. And now in this session, the paper presenters are Sanjay Kumar Sahu and Sukant Chandra Swain. Then second paper is by Professor Sivalal Meher and Dr. Josnamay Nanda. Then the third paper is by Simanchal Bag and Dr. Umacharan Pati. And then the fourth one is by Dr. Simanchal Mishra and Dr. Subhasis Mishra. So I think many of them are present here, but let me see if whether I have allowed them to become the panelist. But now I think Professor Dharmabrata Mahapatra should take over this session.
Thank you. Thank you, Amarendra. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible. Yes.
So how many paper presenters are present?
So we have 4 papers. I can see Sanjay Kumar Sahu is present, Dr. Josnamay Nanda is present, and Simanchal Bag is present, and Dr. Simanchal Mishra and Subhasis Mishra. I am not able to locate them. If they are present, then they should raise hand or they should leave me a message so that I can put them in the panelist and so that they can make the paper presentation. I think they are not available. So I think we can start with the paper of Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sahu and Sukant Chandra Swain. They are already present here. So
Simanchal Bag is already there. Amendra, Simanchal Bag is there in panelist.
No. I am telling Simanchal Mishra, the last paper. So we have 2 Simanchals here. Okay, I think we can start chronologically.
Total 6 papers are there, and we have almost 80 minutes.
No, total 4 papers.
4 papers and 80 minutes.
Yes.
So approximately it is 20 per
20.
paper.
Yeah. Yes.
So I request all the paper presenters to stick to the time and to finish their presentation within 20 minutes maximum. So should you start right now, Amarendra, or there is a break?
No, sir. We should start continuously. Yeah. No break.
So should I invite Mr. Sahu, Sanjay, and with me Dukhabandhu is there. Yes. Dr. Dukhabandhu Sahu from IIT. He is the discussant of this session. So welcome, Dr. Sahu.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
So sorry, Dukhabandhu.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Dr. Dukhabandhu Sahu.
Sir. Yes, sir. Pranam, sir. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon. So Dr. Dukhabandhu Sahu is with me as discussant. So let us listen first presenter, Sanjay Kumar Sahu. So please proceed. Hello.
Yeah, Sanjay was already there. Sanjay, can you hear us? Your point.
Sahu and Sukant Chandra Swain.
No, Sanjay is there. Sanjay would do the presentation, and he's already there actually. So.
But he's trying to present, or he is not audible.
No, I think again there would be some connectivity issue with him.
He disconnected. He was there but disconnected.
No, he's there. He's there very much. So, okay, if he's taking time, then we can move to the second paper, sir. Dr. Josnamay Nanda is already present. So we can invite her.
Okay. Dr. Jasnavi Nanda, if you are prepared with your slides and connectivity is there, please.
Yes, sir.
You can present.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are very much audible. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir, and all the participants. I'm Dr. Jasnavi Nanda, going to present a paper on the impact of COVID-19 on migrant workers, challenges and opportunities for Orissa. So, first of all, we all know that migration is associated with economic endeavors leading to inter and interstate migration. But here, an attempt has been made to view the influx of migrants to Orissa during a period of health crisis with the dimension of challenges and opportunities for the state, which will pave way to address such vulnerability in future cases. So first of all, as we all know, COVID-19 is becoming a global challenge, creating a health hazard and economic regression as well affected livelihoods of different sections of people, among whom migrants were worst sufferers. When we look at the data, as on 17 December 2020, coronavirus has affected almost all 220 countries, infecting 745 lakh people, including death cases of 16 lakhs, more than 16 lakhs. In case of India, there are more than 99 lakhs confirmed cases, whereas death cases are near about 1.5 lakh. So in Orissa, it's also there are 3,25,147 reporting cases, including death cases of 1,829 cases. So at the meantime, to contain the disease, declaration of lockdown on 25th March pushed the migrants into the zone of vulnerability by disrupting their social and economic life. When we look at the migration, which is an integral part of the human civilization, basing on the social, economic, the political and technological and environmental factors with respect to their distance, duration, and direction, we can see how vulnerable the migrants are. When I look at the overview of the COVID-19 cases in Orissa, as we know, the first case was detected in 16th March 2020. But instead of lockdown and all the preventive measures, diseases had spread very quickly and reached to 3,25,147 as on 17 December 2020. The rising and declining trend depicts that the return of migrants from the neighboring states has direct correlation with the corona cases. I have presented a trend in here with the graph. Then when we look at the day-wise COVID positive cases detection, we can see that there is an increasing trend in daily positive cases with the highest 4,356 cases on 26 September, whereas the infection is found rampant among the working age population, which is contributing almost 84% of the cases, which belongs to the potential age group of 15 to 60 years. And most of them are particularly males. This is, shows that how the potential age group, which are basically migrants, are contributing to the COVID cases. Initially, when you look at the testings of the scenario of the Orissa, initially the number of tests was very low due to non-availability of testing centers. There are only one testing center in the state, which gradually increased with the increase in the number of testing centers. Data shows that the significant influence of testing for detection of number of positive cases shows that the 1% increase in testing, the percent of detection is 1.35. Then we look at the infrastructure facilities in the state, Orissa, to handle the COVID-19 cases. we can see that prior to the outbreak of COVID-19, there were only 2,501 hospitals, which both includes the public and private of the case, and only 25,650 number of beds. Whereas the state governments established new COVID hospitals throughout all the districts to accommodate the COVID confirmed cases. A total number of 48 COVID hospitals with 7,328 beds and 710 ICUs were established. Besides, there are TMCs and COVID care centers. There are 17,647 TMCs with 8,26,079 beds and 178 COVID care centers with 21,059 beds were also set up by the state government to facilitate the institutional quarantine of the migrants. The number of COVID beds is found lowest in case of the Jagatsinghpur district with only 63 beds, whereas the quarantine facilities with highest is found in Khordha district with 1,180 beds. Similarly, when we look at the ICU facilities, it is seen that there is no ICU facilities found in the Baudd and Devgarh districts, whereas only one ICU is found in Koraput district and two ICUs in Sonpur district. Basically, the number of ICUs is highest in Khordha district with 326 ICUs. In this context, when we look at the plight of the migrants, this is seen that according to Census 2011 and NSSO data, there are only 65 million interstate migrants, of which third are workers in the informal sector. Whereas the Orissa government has no such database for such migrants, and who rough estimate puts Orissa's migrant population at around 20 lakhs. When the sudden announcement of lockdown and frequent media coverage on the pandemic of COVID-19 forced them to stay the social, psychological, and emotional trauma of the migrants, as they lost their water and developed a perception of risk. Because everywhere it is talked about the pandemic of the COVID-19, seriousness of the disease. So they have developed a perception of risk. And on the other hand, they have lost their job, their livelihood. That's why the thousands of migrants we have seen stranded in different parts of the country, they are forced to come back to homeland. They have undergone physical torture and some of them died due to mild lung work. And NNIS by the central government started after 53 days of lockdown, whereas Orissa government launched a web portal for registration of migrants. And data says that more than 5 lakh migrants returned to Orissa who were forced to stay in poor facilities and forced provided to them in institutional quarantine centers, because many times media coverage that about the institutional problems that arranging the fooding and the facilities of the migrants in the quarantine center. So overall, when the state government has taken some steps to combat with the COVID-19 situation and to address the migrant issues, they have planned for the free kitchen for all migrants, which was provided during the basically second phase of lockdown. So similarly, special aeroplane, train, and bus services were arranged to bring back the stranded workers and those who want to return. At the same time, inside Orissa, steps were taken to ensure the zero walking. Quarantine camps, temporary medical centers were established at GP level. Ward committees were formed involving Anganwadi workers, ANMs, SSG members for the disease surveillance. Free ration of 5 kg of wheat, rice per person and 1 kg chana for family were provided initially for 2 months, which are further extended up to November. Similarly, additional fund allotment for MGNRH to absorb the return migrants steps were taken. Announcement 17,000 crore package to provide employment and income generation opportunities for migrants and farmers under special livelihood intervention plan package was taken place. And assistance of 15,000 each to 22 lakh registered construction workers was announced by the state government, which also covers the migrants. Similarly, 62 crore rupees from Chief Minister's Relief Fund was given, which was given as incentive to the returning migrants who have successfully completed the mandatory institutional quarantine at the rate 2,000 per migrant. And then they have also planned to spend around 140 crore on skill development of migrant workers. Similarly, what are the challenges before the state government at that time? There was some expectation that there was spreading of infection to new areas. There are issues like surveillance, digit surveillance and screening of the COVID-19 cases, and how to handle the institutional quarantine facility, how to accommodate them a huge influx of migrants in the institutional quarantine centers. Similarly, ensuring their health, safety, and means of livelihood due to extraordinary massive inflow of migrants to their native places was becoming a very challenging things for the to ensure that social security schemes also their access to the social security scheme, identification of the returning migrants and their interdependent coordination to address their livelihood issues with a realistic and holistic approach to guarantee their income is also an issue for them to address by the state government. Similarly, stoppage of remittance flow affected the socio-economic status of the concerned families of the migrants, which may lead to their health and nutritional status and access to the health facilities also. This is not only the health issues, there was also the education of children may be hampered. That's why it is a challenge for the state government. And more probably the more challenging is trust building at the time. Trust building with the community is a major challenge. As I earlier mentioned, that providing employment to migrants and to map their skills, what they need exactly, it was a major challenge before the government. Similarly, when we talk about the opportunities, it has opened the door for the public-private partnership in the health sector as well as other sectors. The knowledge and skills acquired by the migrants as well as their work experience may help in entrepreneurship development and support the economic growth strategy of the state. Similarly, in the state, there will be no more labor shortage for different skilled and semi-skilled activities. Skills and work experience could be effectively utilized to provide training to the peer group in the rural and semi-urban areas. Uh, Basically, when we talk about the opportunities and challenges, we also talk about the ways forward, what to do. Then when we look at the ways forward, migrants need to register at GP level with the details, which will be helpful for the labor department as well as district administration to tackle the unforeseen problems or situation like COVID-19. Need to develop a pro-migrant policy and strict mechanism to monitor the working conditions of migrants in regular intervals, so the situation can be addressed in the earlier stage. Migrants should be sensitized on their rights, provisions, and claims. They need to be aware about their rights and provisions and claims. A public distribution system may be extended by adopting one nation, one card by e-transaction of Aadhaar card. Skill development trainings need to be organized, identifying the knowledge and skills to observe them in local industries. In Orissa is well known for its cottage and handloom industries, which can be restructured and revived with their required market linkage strategies. Agri-allied activities along with the related infrastructure development would be undertaken along with the storage and value addition of the agri products. Emphasis may be given on development of district level health fund, because with our geographical scenario is something different, district to district differs. So development different models for different districts are required as the geographical situation of one district varies from others. These are some of the suggestions. So thank you. It's all about this presentation. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Nanda. So, Amarendra, now the floor is open for discussion, or discussion will be.
Sir, I think we can keep that discussion to end actually.
End. Okay. So now let us invite the second presenter, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sahu from KIT University. If he is present and he is connected, then he can present his paper.
Yes, Sanjay, we can hear you and see you. So you can start presenting.
Sir, good afternoon.
So do
Sir,
one thing. You put your video off. You put your video off so that you get better bandwidth, and I can share your PPT. So you just speak from your side. Yes. Yes, you can now continue your presentation. I will share your PPT.
Okay, sir. Sir, the topic of my presentation is about the technology in solacing the frame of mind amid COVID-19, a study of migrant workers of southern Orissa. Sir, the people are migrated to occupy a better socio-economic status in the society by tolerating so many difficulties, like getting treated as outsider, deprived of getting proper hygienic food, living in an unhealthy atmosphere, fear, anxiety, staying outside the home, etc. Despite all this, migrated people adjust themselves to the new environment to earn something to revive their family from the economic backwardness. In fact, dreams like construction of their houses in the village, marriage of their sister, financing education of their children, saving the parents to work in old age, maintaining a decent standard of living, etc., are the cause of migration from rural Odisha. This type of ambition makes every hour at the end of each working day a slave solace. It is because they were mentally strong and determined to get their objectivity not only for themselves but also for their dependent family member. Even there are many families where the migrant worker is the only earning member in the family, and also migration is the only option to choose. Even if government and NGOs have taken uh, so many steps for betterment of the migrant workers, this way of working continues, and also migrant workers are being taken for granted. The pandemic caused by COVID-19 has shattered the dreams of migrant workers as they have been the hardest livelihood fronts. This paper is to present the psychological status of migrant workers during COVID-19, and for the purpose, the migrant workers of two southern districts, the Khordha and Gajapati of Odisha, have been considered. Moreover, how technology can be of help in improving the psychological state of such migrant has also been highlighted in this paper. Sir, the pandemic COVID-19 affects almost all the people of the world in general, and most severely the migrant workers in particular. Now their dream change from the highly ambitious to minimum that to save their life. Pandemic COVID-19 brings such a situation that all the employers give direction to their employees to halt every productive activity due to lockdown. Further, they directed their workers to move away from the productive place to their native place, even though government instructed them not to do like this. Migrants who are considered as the backbone of the economic development of the country are now become burden to every sector. In this critical juncture, most of the migrant labor move to their native place, miles and miles kilometer even by walking, cycling, boat, etc. The midway to their native place, some are died of and subconceived migrant lady give birth to baby. Realizing this pathetic situation, Government of India, all the state governments, NGOs, philanthropists, individuals like Sonal Sood and Sabyasachi Mishra help them in rescuing. Even though they reached at their native place, they were not allowed to enter their village, rather they were to stay in quarantine for 21 days. In India, as per National Sample Survey report, there are 28.3% of the labor force were migrant in 2007-8. And as per the census of India, there were 454 million uh, migrants as per the 2011 census, 315 million as per the 2001 census. In this situation, the paper tried to explore the psychological and emotional effect of COVID-19 on migrant labor. Sir, I have conducted 3 review of literature where the Chaudhary in the year 2020 showed that internal migrants are severely affected due to COVID-19. Despite so many steps taken, COVID-19 affects them psychologically. So mental health community needs to take steps for handling these things. Then, sir, the objective of the paper to ascertain the effect of COVID-19, the psychology and emotion of departed migrants of Khordha and Gajapati district of Odisha, then to suggest the way out for strengthening the psychological strength of the migrant workers during this difficult situation by way of extensive use of technology. The in relation to the objective, the methodology I have adopted to explore the psychological and emotional effect of COVID-19 on the repatriated migrants of Khordha and Gajapati district of Orissa, primary data collected through telephonic conversation from 40 repatriated migrants Khordha and Gajapati districts of Orissa. Snowball sampling method is adopted to identify the targeted respondents. A semi-structured questionnaire is administered for the purpose to ascertain the way they manage their time. Migrants are segregated into educated and uneducated. Then, in relation to the second objective, the experts' opinion are considered for suggesting the way out for strengthening the psychological strength of the migrant workers during this difficult situation. So, to know the psychology and emotion of the repatriated migrants, I have taken 14 variables, that is loneliness, irritation, frustration, upset, death fear of among self, then tension, then that the belief in God, loss of job fear, death fear of the family member, watching TV, use of social media, then fear of watching any outsider as the spread of the disease, attempt to take medicine for precaution, then the anxiety to know about the findings of vaccine or medicine. Then all the respondents reflect that all the variables, indicators of the variable that they have that is increased. That is, they feel loneliness, they get irritated, they feel frustrated, they feel upset, they fear that they will die, they become tension, and their belief among the in the God somewhat more or less constant, or rather decline. Some in a mixed way. Some feel that if God is there, then why this happened? Then some feel that if God, because of the God, now the society exists. Then some are fear that their family member will die. Most of the members spend their time by watching TV, by spending the social media. Then most of the people, maximum people, fear the outsider, that as if they are the spreader of the disease. Then they attempt, people are taking attempt to take medicine as any precaution. Then people are also anxious when the vaccine will come out. Then the findings are that it will demoralize the people to work outside the native place. Then most of the people thought that if God exists, then why virus came out? Then third one is it increase the use of social media. Then it increase the anxiety to know when the vaccine or medicine will come out. Then it increase the frustration among the people. Most of the people search to medicine store to know as if some medicines are available for prescription purpose. It makes the people more irritated. During the lockdown period, people feel loneliness. It creates a psychological fear that death now knocking the door. It creates anxiety about the safety of the family member. Most of the people fear of losing their jobs. Those who have TV spend their time by watching it. Then the way out for strengthening the psychological strength of the migrant workers are they need to be assured that they are not alone. Whole society is with them. Then every employer needs to assure them that when work will be resumed, they will be given first preference. They are not going to lose their jobs. And government needs to make counseling through social media that migrants are the real developers of the economy. In any aspect, they will be protected. So they need to be so they need not to be panicked. And the migrants need to be provided every type of information. Then proper planning will be made so that they can reach at their home safely. They need to be supplied food, shelter, and health facilities on emergency basis. Then mental health facility needs to be supplied to these people. Otherwise, it will create another problem in post-COVID situation. And sir, conclusion, my concluding remark is concluded that the psychological status of most of the repatriated workers has been deteriorated since the inception of COVID-19 pandemic. Most of them are stressed, getting irritated and frustrated. Knowing the fact that the returnees are causing the spread of the positive case in the state, every returnee migrant is having the fear that he or she may be the next positive case of the disease. This fear is killing their intent to live peacefully. As such, they are economically stressed for not having present income or saving. They are mostly living on transfer earnings. Adding to that, psychological stress make their life miserable. Suggestion prescribed above may help them a lot pathologically. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
you. Thank you, Mr. Sahu, for your presentation. And Amarendra, who is our third presenter?
Now we may invite Simansar Bag and Dr. Umacharan Pati. I think Simansar is present. I don't know whether Dr. Pati is available. Simansar,
Sir,
yes, you can now start presenting your paper.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, sir. Sir, my PPT is visible?
Yes, very much
Okay,
visible.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am Simanchal Bag. Sir, is it clear?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. So, good afternoon, one and all. I am Simanchal Bag.
You can make it full screen, Simansar. If you make it full screen, it will look good.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Go ahead.
Sir, I am Simanchal Bag, pursuing PhD in the Gangadhar Meher University under the guidance of Dr. Umacharan Pati. And the topic is the behavioral economic perspective of looking at distress migration in the KBK region of Orissa. And this is the collaborative work of me and my guide. So this is my presentation plan, and the presentation plan includes the introduction, objective of the study, hypothesis of the study, methodology of the study, analysis and interpretation of the data, then findings, and then conclusion. So come to the introduction part. So migration is the movement of people from one climatic location to another climatic location for a particular period of time or permanent basis. So there are many reasons which lead people to make decision to migrate, but majorly all the factors are divided into two categories. So one is push factor, another one is the pull factor of migration. But here the term is distress migration. And the distress migration stated that the people are forced to leave their native place for town and cities due to the reason like lack of job opportunity, agricultural failure, environmental degradation, low wage rates, small land holding, poverty, etc. at the place of origin. So in 2008, from Orissa, 87,000 workers are seasonally migrated to other states, and it's increased to 1.05 lakh in 2012 and 1.22 lakh in 2013 and 1.35 lakh in 2014 and 1.46 lakh in 2015. It shows the increasing trends in the distress migration in the Orissa. So the important point or the statement of the problem mainly based upon the three important point or the three important aspect, that is the push and pull hypothesis. Is it still the dominant reason? And the second one is the behavioral economic approach associated with the distress migration, and the third one is the identity perspective of looking at distress migration. So now come to the first factor or the first statement, that is the push and pull hypothesis. Is it still the dominant reason? So it is known to everyone that all the factors responsible for the distress migration or the migration has been categorized into two hypotheses. One is the push hypothesis, another is the pull hypothesis. And this hypothesis also applicable in the KBK region while taking the decision of migration in the KBK districts of the Odisha, migrants of the KBK districts of the Odisha. So there is no any study that has been undertaken so far to understand the individual centric issue related to the migrants' attitude and behavior. But there is the ample of study that available to the researchers to find how the psychological attributes and how the behavior of the migrants influence the decision making or the associated with the distress migration. So here the concept, that is the distress migration. Now the concept, that is the push and pull hypothesis, because the every factor that comes under the push and pull hypothesis, but these factors, that is the specifically the psychological and the behavioral or the subjective factors that comes into the our behavioral aspects. So that's why it cannot include it in the push and pull hypothesis. So we can separate it or categorize this aspect in the subjective factor or subjective problem in the demand side of the whole issue of the distress migration. So it is imperative to look at the entire recurring episode of distress migration from the psychosocial and psychoeconomic perspective. Hence, this particular study is oriented towards the analysis of the behavioral economic dimension of rural migration. Next, come to the second point, that is the behavioral economic approach associated with the distress migration. And we know that the world 21st century is going to be dominated by the new classical economist paradigm. And we know that it is the high time to shift our focus to the more emphasized supply side factor to the more relevant demand side factor or the demand side problem. So while we are taking the micro theoretic approach by taking the individual migrants, we are expecting that there is the interesting result have to be come out. And the new classical, according to the new classical economist, we know that the optimal situation can be reached by the taking the different kind of unrealistic assumption. But when we taking the assumption like the irrationalities or the concept like the homo economicus, then there is the result like the bounded rationality. And we know that the bounded rationality associate with the different kinds of real economic constants, real life economic constants like the emotion, information asymmetry, information asymmetry. Then you come to the beliefs and perception, etc. These are the examples of different kinds of irrationalities that associate with the human beings. So due to these irrationalities, people come to the situation of the satisfactory level, but not at the point of the Pareto optimality. That's why the Herbert Simon termed this concept as a suboptimal situation, and this suboptimal situation associated with the distress migration while a migrant taking the decision of migration. So the whole issue of the concept here in the behavioral economic approach concept, we are trying to understand the capacity of the labor or the capacity of the migrants while taking the decision of migration through the psychosocial and psychoeconomic factor. So next come to the third aspect, that is the identity perspective of looking at distress migration. As we know, the identity is the sense of self, and there is the different kinds of identity. We can say that self identity, we can say that acculturation identity, and we also say that socially devalued identities. These are the different aspects of identity. But when we come to the self identity, we know that self identity mainly represents that the idiosyncratic things that a person make unique. And when we come to the fourth dimension that was described by the Howard Simon, George Akerlof and the Krypton, that the fourth dimension of identity concept, mainly the first one is the identity related economic decision due to the own action. Second one is the identity related economic decision due to the other action, and the third one is the identity related economic decision because of the third parties, and the fourth one is the identity related decision it's for the choice of own but not related to the societal. So these are the different aspects of identity concept. But when we link the identity concept into the migration or the distress migration or the migration concept, there is the three aspects that is the identity aspect associated with the migration. The first one is we can say the gender identity. Second one is the socially devalued identity, and the third one is your acculturation identity. So come to the first one, gender identity. As we know, people, those who are deprived due to the gender identity, that are the females, and those minority women working in the workplace, they are mainly deprived from because of the female identity, because of the gender identity. So next come to the second one, that is the socially devalued identity. So here the concept socially devalued also known as the threatened group identity. So 310 group identity may be terms according to the separated or the define them according to their caste, religion, or the race, or we can say about the minority. So because of peoples belong to these categories, they are feeling some kinds of exclusion from their society. So because of their exclusion feelings, they adopted the coping procedure, and due to the adoption of coping procedure, they try to increase their identity level in their society. And the third aspect, that is the acculturation identity. As we know, the acculturation identity, so that as we know, while a person migrant to another place, the every environmental place associated with the different kinds of cultural aspects. And when a migrant during the readjustment process, there is the generation of one kind of stress, and the stress is known as the acculturation stress. And due to that acculturation stress, the mostly problem faced by the first generation of the migrants. And this is the three important identity aspects that associated with the term migration. Next come to the objective of the study, and the first objective of my study is to ascertain the impact of distress migration on the quantitative dimension of well-being of the migrants. The second objective is to explore into the role played by qualitative behavioral factors in the decision making by the migrants worker. And the third objective of my study is to analyze how socio-economic factors enter to the picture when a migrant takes decision to leave his homeland in search of livelihood. And the last objective of my study is to assess the relevance of the traditional push and pull hypothesis as far as the decision to migrate by an individual migrant is concerned. Then come to the hypothesis of the study. The first hypothesis of the study is in terms of the quantitative dimension of the well-being, distress migration decision is beneficial to the migrants of the KBK region. And the second hypothesis is instead of the quantitative push factors, the qualitative socio-economic factors are influencing migration decision highly as far as an individual migrant is concerned. Next come to the methodology part. So keeping the emergence of the identity related behavioral perspective of the distress migration in mind, this study is based on primary data collected from the migrants who have come back to their village during the time of COVID-19. So behavioral economic perspective of the problem will be given topmost priority while analyzing the problem of distress migration, because the decision to migrate not only involve the push and pull factors, but other socio-economic dimensions have to be looked into. The COVID-19 protocol and guidelines of the government were followed while collecting primary data from the field. Since this study is based on the behavioral economic dimension of the problem of distress migration, the questionnaire includes demographic questions for measurement of emotional characteristics of the migrants, question on identity related behavior and perception of the migrants. Since the EI questions or the emotional intelligence questionnaire is the standard one as prescribed by the expert from psychology, no needs was felt to verify the validity and reliability of the questionnaire. So come to the population side. So population of the present study consists of the distressed migrants from the Balangir and Sonpur districts of Orissa. Then come to the sample size of the study. So the targeted sample has been prepared taking 50 migrants each from Balangir and Sonpur district of Western Orissa. Therefore, the total sample size is capped at 100 for the present study. Data are collected on the basis of purposive sampling. Next come to the statistical tools. So various statistical methods like descriptive statistics, infographic analysis, rank analysis, perception measurement, pair Z test, and logistic regression analysis have been adopted. So come to the analysis and interpretation of the data. So a thorough analysis of the data collected and process reveal different qualitative or psychological dimension of the problem of distress migration. So before going to analysis part, I just want to say to all the participants that because of the lack of time, we are morely give emphasis to the infographic method to save or for the convenience of to understand the people. So come to the chart number 1. Chart number 1 shows the demographic study of migrants on the basis of migrants type. So according to this chart, we come to know that 71% of migrants migrated as a seasonal laborer for the fixed period of time, and 29% of migrants migrated as a temporary pattern or the circular manner, but not for the fixed period of time. So it implies that more than 70% migrants are migrated as a seasonal labor for a fixed period of time to 6 to 8 months. Next, come to the chart number 2. Chart number 2 shows the demographic feature of migrants on the basis of gender. So from the chart, it reveals that 67% migrants are male and the 33% migrants are female. And from this analysis, we come to know that more than 60% male are more than 60% male are prone to migration. Means males peoples are more prone to the migration. Next, come to the chart number 3. Chart number 3 shows the demographic features of migrants on the basis of age group. And from the diagram, we know that the people, those who are coming under the age group of 20 to 30, that's consists of 38% of migrants. Means it reveals that more than 30% of migrants associated with the distress migration or more prone to the distress migration. It also reveals that youth people of the country are morely associated with the distress migration. Next, come to the chart number 4, and the chart number 4 shows the demographic feature on the basis of marital status. And according to the chart, we come to know that 80% migrants are married and the 20% migrants are unmarried. So it implies that the married people are more prone to the distress migration. Next, come to the chart number 5, and the chart number 5 shows that demographic features on the basis of caste category. And we know that the ST and SC people are more prone to the migration. That we can reveal the concept through this chart. Look at the ST people, where the ST peoples of migrants are 46%, and it shows that how the ST people are associated with the distress migration. Next, come to the chart number 6, and the chart number 6 shows the demographic features on the basis of economic class. And on the basis of economic class, we come to know that, look at the chart, the 82% of migrants associated with the BPL category.
Mr. Bag, you have 5 minutes to finish your presentation.
Okay,
Please
sir.
come to your conclusion part, the major conclusions
sir.
of your study.
Okay, sir.
Please try to finish it by.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So look at the chart number 8, and the chart number 8. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So the chart number 8 shows the reason for migration. And look at the chart, the 60% of migrants are migrated because of the lack of work opportunity in village. And come to the main part or the main theme of the study, that the monthly income before and after migration. Look at the chart, the 52% migrants before, their monthly income range in 1,000 to 2,000, and after migration there is increment in the monthly income of the people. Next, come to the monthly expenditure before migration. So before migration, expenditure range of the people is 1,000 to 1,500, but after migration there is the increment of the expenditure capacity of the migrants. So this is the main theme, that is the emotional intelligence measurement score of the migrants. So by taking the emotional measurement scale, we came to know that more than 70% migrants are more highly emotional. So according to the concept, the highly emotional people are fluctuating or the getting easily convenience by the we can say that the dalal people. So the dalal people are playing here the important or playing with their emotion, and because of because of associated with the highly emotions, there is playing of some behavioral factor that associate with the decision making of the migration. Next, come to the chart number 7. Chart number 7 that shows that migrants rank in the family hierarchy. And from the chart we come to know that according to the importance, those person or the top priority of the 45% migrants are associated, they are taking the decision of the migrants. So here the concept of identity come into the fore. Next, come to the social prestige. As we know, from the diagram, 53% people are related their income with their social prestige. And here also one identical issue come into the fore. So from the chart number 20, you come to know that the 80% migrants again interested to go back to their workplace. So the reason behind their go back to the workplace because of the no work opportunity in the village. And the reason not to go back, some migrants not want to go back because of the fearness of the corona crisis, or want to settle in village, or due to old age, or due to hard work at the destination. So come to the pair Z-test analysis, and we use the pair Z-test analysis to analyze the pre and post impact of migration. And we come to know that from the table there is the increment in the monthly income, monthly expenditure, monthly saving, and monthly expenditure on children education of migrants after migration. Because the pre-migration mean and the post-migration mean, it shows that how there is the migration put impact, positive impact on the basis of quantitative nature. Quantitatively we prove that there is the increment in the monthly income, or the monthly expenditure on monthly saving, or the monthly expenditure on children education of the migrant people. So next we are using the logistic regression model to show how the both quantitative and qualitative factors or attributes associated with the decision making of the migrants. So here this is the model where we are taken that x1 is the per capita income, x2 is the emotional measurement score, x3 is the just wall hypothesis bias, x4 is the no work opportunity, and ui is the error terms in the model. So from by using the SPSS, we come to the come to the result that there is the significant relationship of both the quantitative and qualitative factors. So we cannot say that there is the only existing of the quantitative, or we say that there is only due to the push and pull hypothesis. We cannot say that due to the pull and push hypothesis migrants are migrated, but there is existing of some psychological or behavioral factors that lead to take decision of the migrants while they are making decision of the migration. So come to the findings and conclusion. Push and pull factors are not the only determining factors in forcing people to migrate out. So behavioral factors like emotional intelligence, cognitive bias, identity of the individual in his family, and perception of exclusion which influence the decision to migrate. The infographic method adopted in the study revealed the decision to migrate on the part of the poor people has something to do with their state of mind, emotional assessment of their well-being and ill-being, and their perception of who they are in the society they are living in. Therefore, any program to control or stop seasonal distress migration in the KVK region has to be seen from a broader perspective of behavioral economics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bag.
Thank you, sir.
It was a nice effort.
Thank you, sir.
So the next presenter is Simanchal Misra and Subhasis Misra.
Sir, I think they are not available.
They are not present. Okay.
Informed,
so who else?
Yeah, so they are not available. So in that case, now we may invite Dr. Dukhabandhu Sahu to give his remarks on the papers discussion. And as a chair also, you can make your remarks and then the discussion also.
Now, Dr. Dukhabandhu Sahu, please give your remarks on the paper.
Let me make an announcement actually here. The previous discussant, Dr. Sushant Mahapatra, is now available with us. So once you finish the discussion on this session papers, Dr. Mahapatra will give the remarks on the previous papers. So now it's over to Dr. Dukhabandhu Sahu.
Thank you, Dr. Ramendra. Thank you, Dharmapata sir, and mostly thank you, Ravi sir, actually, who I seen after a long time, for giving me this opportunity to give my thought on these so nicely researched papers. In fact, so very stimulating research papers. I have some couple of slides. Can I share, sir, those slides? Sir, share. Am I addressing?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Please share. Please share your slides.
So, because I had this opportunity of telling Dr. Amarendra to send the papers to me in advance. So I had gone through those papers, and in this short notice, actually, I prepared couple of I have prepared my observations. I'll put it in slide mode. But let me tell, since it was very short notice, probably my observations may be kind of the instant copy solved in the IRCT in the trains. No, so friends, don't take it. If it is little, maybe it may taste good, may not taste good. So it's I'm going by the sequence of the papers which are given actually as per the schedule, though the opportunity paper, secondary data analysis opportunity paper of Professor Meher and Dr. Nanda was presented past, but I'll go by this thing. This is the paper which Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sahu and Susan Swai actually presented, and its title was like technology in solacing solacing the frame of mind of the migrants due to COVID. The objective of those papers, as spelled out by Sanjay and Sukan, is to ascertain the effect of COVID-19 on psychology and emotions of repatriated migrants of Khorda and Gajpati districts of Orissa, and to suggest some policy or way out for strengthening the psychological strength of the migrants. They used snowball sampling with telephonic interview and said and they had a questionnaire, and with expert views, they have come out with the conclusion. So what's my observations? I think given the pandemic and its effect on the world economy, not necessarily only in Orissa economy, the objectives are appropriate. But the way actually it was approached to analyze or to achieve those objectives and to ascertain the effect, to know the effect effect on the psychology of these migrants, actually you should have you could have improved it little better, like those who have migrated, those who have not migrated, then you would have seen actually what kind of effect it has on different groups, then compared and could have come out with the conclusion. Then findings, actually many of your findings very to me actually not based on the analysis of the data, because see, if I see your conclusion and suggestions, these migrants are living on transport payments. Transport payments means it's the money which they receive in the form of some grants and subsidy or help by the government. It's that, or transport payment from their old saving, actually they are withdrawing and spending on that. Then you written fear is killing their intent to leave peacefully. Leave, actually, I think there was a grammatical error in your write-off. Probably it's leave peacefully, but it's too generic a statement to make. Too generic a statement to make, and too too strong a statement to make without being researched. So that's my observation. So you can improve on these points. Then the second one, actually, which I was looking at very carefully, presented first by Dr. Jyotirmay Nanda, and it was co-authored by Professor Siblal Meher. The key points of the papers are they wanted to view the influx of migrants to Orissa during a period of health crisis. But actually, I have some reservation about the concept of influx of migration here, because influx of migrants, because they are in fact not migrants. Actually, people, they are no reverse migrants. Our people, those who had gone to work elsewhere, they came back. They were planning to come back because of so many other reasons than economics or the crisis. It was probably a very political economic framework that could have analyzed this influx of reverse migration to Orissa than simple analysis what we have done. Then they said to suggest policy option for addressing such vulnerability in future. They probably they wanted to give some suggestions to address if such problem comes in future, how to deal with that. And it's basically based on secondary data on incidences of COVID in Orissa, what is the cases, what are the positive cases, what are the casualties, what is the health infrastructure available with Orissa government, what was the preparedness and what was the responses. These are the information which they collected, which they analyzed and tried to analyze in a hierarchical needs, probably a psychological, political angle, psychological, safety, belongingness, system, self-actualization. This is the theory or the conceptualization which they use to analyze this data and come out with some challenges and opportunities. I would have loved to actually see whether it's an independent research or a funded research, because objectives seems appropriate, though the conceptualization of migrants needs to be redefined. Nice meta-analysis with apt literature, but it's the findings are based on secondary data. If I go back to the talk by Professor Ravi Srivastava today morning, when Monica or somebody asked a question about the reliability of the secondary data on migration, who was an expert in migration, his prompt reply was, it's no, you cannot believe the data of migration, because this migration data which the government has is based on the information given by the transportation sector, which are really questionable, because as other presenters in this session also said, that people migrated through walk, they came by cycle or through other means, and had to face the disastrous consequences on the road on their way back to their native places. So the information on migration probably cannot be taken on its facial value. And most importantly, data on incidences of COVID. I strongly doubt the reliability and validity of this data for an objective research. If it's a sponsored research to do something, then it's fine. But the way say, because we all know, probably you may not accept, but we all know how we responded and how we reported about our COVID data. It's kind of the government giving, okay, these are the positive cases, these are the recovered cases, this is what we did. It's kind of a student asking to student being asked that you evaluate your own answer, give 199 out of 100, then analyze that how 99 looks out of 100. This is how I feel like, because the COVID cases which are reported are not correct. Because I myself being a COVID patient, I know this is a fact. This was reported in media. This was also, I have tried to collect information, and the cases which are reported by the government are not at all reliable. Challenges are nicely identified. What are the challenges? Opportunities, I think in this paper, they're inadvertently exaggerated. Because in the paper itself, the researchers have said that from the beginning, we have both private and public partnerships in the health sector. Then what is their opportunity in the private and coming with PPP mode of health sector in the health sector? That thing, I think it's probably it's too optimistic a paper, where the optimist finds all opportunity even in a pandemic. Structure of the paper is excellent. It's actually the literature, everything is excellent, but I doubt the findings and I doubt the reliability. I have serious doubt about the reliability and validity of the data. Then the third paper, which is actually it's kind of stimulating and very encouraging, by a young researcher, Simanchal Bag, with probably supervisor or somebody, Umacharan Pati. It's tried to fast. It's probably I'm coming coming across such a paper after a long time. It's to understand the behavioral factor in determining the migration. The objectives are appropriate, but literature needs to be strengthened for the, of course, it's probably when he, during his presentation, analyzed the interrelationship between the individual characters, behavioral characters, and push-pull factors, and tried to relate it to so nice. But it should be interwoven in and should be written in a very nice and synchronized way. Findings sounds genetic, but I have other couple of points actually to make for this paper, young Simanchal. Emotional intelligence, you said that you have an established tool, established instrument to collect information, and from there to get the emotional intelligence. And you said that there is no need for the reliability and validity test of reliability and validity of this instrument. But let me, because you yourself said in your paper that the emotions or the sentiments, or for that matter these what you call cognitive factors that or cognitive biasness of an individual are time, person and place variant. The tools which are developed by the so-called experts of psychology are developed for a different set of, are developed for a different situation, are developed at a different time. That's, they were tested there for their reliability and validity. Friend, if you could test for the reliability and validity, then probably your instrument will be more appropriate, because yours is a unique case than their case. Picking of their instrument, applying yourself may be little riskier. Once blindly doing it actually will be little riskier. Then you said married and migration, married people actually migrate for more. Probably it's the economic compulsions and the caste wise distribution. It says probably it's the economic contribution. It could be explained by the push factor, that the factors which compel somebody to move or migrate from his or her native land to other part in search of better livelihood. So marriage could push somebody to go for higher income because of the associated responsibilities with that. Similarly, about caste, probably they do not have sufficient resources, the per capita availability of resources for those vulnerable group in the society may be less, that may compel them to migrate. So you cannot rule out the possibility of the push-pull factors, particularly push factor in Orissa, and for that matter in KBK, to encourage migration. So your presentation is good. It's kind of adhering to the literature, but the perennial factors, perennial push and pull factors can never be overlooked. Overall structure of the paper actually needs to be resynchronized. Actually, the lack of synchronization, but it's a very nice effort and nice paper. Of course, last paper didn't present, but I have my observation. If the author asks, I can send. It was not presented, in fact. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, sir. Dharmapada sir, Amrinder sir, and particularly Ravi sir. Seeing you after a long time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dukhabandhu Sahu, for your comments and analysis. So, anybody to give comment on the papers presented in this session?
Okay, Dukhabandhu bhai, can you?
I'm trying to remove this this thing, but I don't know what has happened.
Fine. So meanwhile, Dr. Sushant Mahapatra wants to give the comments for the papers that was presented in the last session, because he's telling he has limited backup and he's available online. So if,
I don't know what has happened. See, it's Amarendra. I'll sign out because I don't know. There is some problem in my laptop. So if I remove, probably it will go. Okay. So I'm through. I'll share also. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, actually, due to power failure, I was disconnected at that time. So I have the opportunity to listen 5 out of 5 paper or 3 paper. I have gone through this, and I have not received the full paper earlier. Just I'll give the comments, whatever I heard from the project.
Sorry, sir. Actually, I think again he got disconnected because of the power issues. So if you allow, sir, now Ranjulata Kahar is available to make her presentation. So she had sent a message. So
Okay.
you may invite her actually to.
If she is ready and connected, then it's
Yes.
fine with us. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So Ranjulata, if you are already available, you can go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I send my PPT to email ID. Can you share, sir?
Okay. Let me do that. Yes. Yes, it is available with me. Let me share this.
Ranjulata, are you there? Connected?
Yes, sir.
So you start actually. I'm sharing.
Start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all the panelists. I am Ranjulata Kahar. I am going to present my paper on the topic of internal migration, a micro-level study from Orissa. Migration, both internal and external, is a complex process. In this course of actions, people move from one place to another place from a varied purposes, mainly for jobs and employments. And in course of migration, there has been a significant change in the scenario of employment, income, standard of living, and level of remittance. The present work is based on the primary and secondary source of data to present the socio-economic condition of those people who are engaged in the process of seasonal internal migration, which is of circular in nature. The study basically covers the distant seasonal circular migrations, which is taking place since a long time. Migration are called mainly Dadan labor that are recruited through the agents or dalal or sent to a different southern state of India to work mainly in brick kilns. And it focuses on the socio-economic condition of migrant household, reason for migration, process of requirement, and their problem at destinations, and the possible measure for their betterment. The study has immense significance to the researcher, policymaker, and administrator, for social scientists having interest for the downtrodden section of the population of the society, and common men interested in the problem of an underdeveloped regions. I come to the determinant of migrations. There are a little agreement about the immediate determinants of migration within or away from the rural areas. There are three different approaches to the materialistic basis of migrations, while the new classical traditional writers tend to view the migration as a kind of profit maximization activity. Researchers interested in circulation have tended to emphasize the risk minimizations and argue that migration is often a way of diversifying economic options. The dominant model of migration determinant for past 3 decades is generally referred to as the Harris-Todaro approach that is given by Behera in 2017. There are so many determinants which are pushed for migration, like high population growth, lack of population growth, lack of livelihood, unemployment, development of transport and communications, and so many social factors or related factors like health, education, housing, family type, occupations. Some physical factor like new agricultural land, irrigation facility, along with a natural factor are drought, flood, cyclones, etc. And the political factor that are war and ethnic violence. Social factor like caste system is the village community sometimes promote migrations. Then we come to the importance of the study. The population movement in a country is often regarded as an index of its economic development. This is based on the historical phenomenon related to the fact that the very process of industrialization in the presently developed countries brought in its wake concentrations of people in the urban industrial centers. However, the link between urbanizations and economic development could be different in the developing countries compared to the developed countries. In the process of development of any country, the study of internal migration assumes the spatial significance. The movement of people across smaller units within the country is related to a process of change taking place within the economic, social, and political system. The study on migration of people have received wide attraction by the researcher and have become a study of multidisciplinary in many aspects. And the interest in the study of migration also relates to volume, growth, and changes in their economic conditions due to their movement in the economy. The present study relates to an area known for its poverty, underdevelopment, and backwardness. Circular migration distress has become a common occurrence in this area. It will look into the process of requirement and their movement and the problem at a different stage of such migration, and that are the Sonpur and Balangir district of Orissa. Then we come to the statement of the problem. Many studies have come up to understand the issues of the migration, particularly in internal migrations, since very little study is available on internal migration, which is of seasonal or circular in nature and pertaining to the Western Odisha. So a survey has been undertaken in this district to study the ground reality of internal migration prevailing in these regions. I have taken 3 objectives, my first objective is to find out the region for internal migration in Sonpur and Balangir district of Odisha. Second objective is to find out the land holding and occupational pattern of migrants. And I have taken third objective, that is to know the provisions and pattern of employment at the destinations. Hypothesis of the study. The following hypothesis has been formulated for the study. First one, the null hypothesis is migration does not have significant impact on increase in the level of income of the migrants. And the alternative hypothesis is migration has significant impact on increase in the level of income of the migrants. Then we come to the scope of the study. The scope of the study relates to the rural out migration, which is characterized as seasonal and circular internal migration. Within this purview, the study has covered the rural out migration prevailing in this district, which seems to be distressed, seasonal, circular in natures. And the detailed characteristics of migrants households have been analyzed by taking household survey from the out migrating areas. Various causes of migration have been analyzed to find out the important factor of migration. The net effect of migration on the migrants in terms of income, employment, asset creations, and standard of living have been focused. The problem expressed by the migrants at different stages from source to destinations and back to the place of origin has been documented. Based on the field study, a few measures have been suggested for the betterment of migrants of this area. Then we come to the data sources and methodology. This study is based on the primary and secondary data as well. And the primary data have been collected by direct personal interview method with the help of a household interview schedule and village profile schedule. The study is also based on a number of secondary sources of data. The secondary sources are newspapers, journal, media report, government offices, particularly in the State Department of Labor and Employment and District Rural Development Agency, that is DRDA. And the study has used different statistical tools to determine its accuracy, and statistical tools such as tables, diagram, average percentage, or student t-test, etc. has been studied in the study of internal migrations. Then I come to the analysis of the study. That is first one is my first objective, that is the region for internal migration in the Sonpur and Balangir district of Odisha. So migration is caused due to various reasons. Broadly, these regions are categorized into 2 factors such as push factor and pull factor. And the NSS data pertain that only 1% of the household moved to the rural areas to 3% of the household to the urban areas during the last decades. Among all these regions of migration, employment-related regions dominate the migration scenario. In urban areas, 67% of the migrants' households are nearly 55% of the rural migrants' households migrate for employment-related purpose. Social factors like caste system in the village community sometimes promote migrations. There are some regions which are lack of enough agricultural jobs in the village, lack of agricultural job in lean period, and overall backwardness in the area, low wage rate, large size of household, small size of agricultural holding, or no agricultural land, better job opportunities in outside, and higher expected income at outside. I given a table and we saw this table shows the migration data of Balangir and Sonpur districts, which are indicate the official data relating to the number of licensed labor contractor and migrant labor of different district in the Balangir and Sonpur district, also different area of Balangir and Sonpur district for the period from 2019-40. And it is revealed from the data of Balangir district has the largest number of labor contractor and migrant laborers, whereas the least in the case of Sonpur. The number of migrant labor in the regions is rising constantly from 697 from 33,121 in 2009 to 490 from 490 with 44,074 in 2014. Although there was a decline in 2012 and 2013. This is a figure of migrants under licensed contractors, but in practice, a significantly large number of migrants labor move through licensed contractors. Then I come to the simple design of the study. I taken two districts. One is Balangir district, another is Sonpur district, and there are two blocks, Belpada and Sonpur Binka. And from Balangir district, I taken from 100 household, and Sonpur district 106 household. Then we come to the region of the migrations of that area. So there is the various regions like unemployment, high wage at destinations, regular employment, debt bondage, lump sum advantage, natural calamities, and social obligations. So there is the divisions of the percentage where we see here that 28% are the unemployment. Mainly unemployment is the main reason for that regions. And then we come to the land holding and occupational pattern. So here first we say the structure. We see the structure of land holding of the migrants. For land holding position, the migrants have been divided into landless agricultural labor, marginal farmers, small farmers, medium farmers, and large farmers. And some of them lease out their land to other farmers, and some other cultivate land of others farmer on a lease basis. So the other categories reflects cultivation of forest or government land without any title over such land. In Western Odisha, the landless categories is called Sukhbasi, and meaning is the happy resident, because they do not possess any obligation of land, cow or buffaloes, and they have nothing to lose in the event of damage in the agricultural production process. However, they are happy with that. And with the changing socio-economic and political situation, the concept of Sukhbasi has lost its ground reality. The data show that in the Balangir and Sonpur regions, 94% migrants are belonging to the landless, marginal, and small farmer category. So these people cannot take agriculture as a sole source of livelihood for their entire year, and the percentage of landlessness.
Ranjulata, sorry. So you have 5 more minutes. Please wind it up and please come to your main points. Main conclusion, what actually you want to show us. Please proceed. And try to finish it up within 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. I've taken t-test, and from the last table here, t-test, and its result shows that from the table we saw that the t-test value along with the mean income difference and the standard deviation of Balangir and Sonpur district, it is quite evident that pair t value of both the district are significant, as the corresponding significant values of this district are less than 0.05, and so the null hypothesis for both the district are rejected. So it implies that there exists significant difference in the mean income level of this district before and after migration. The negative sign in the mean difference in the income level reveals that the mean income level of the migrants of this district have increased and not worse off at the post-migration period. So I come to the findings part. The field data collected from 206 households from the two districts, namely Balangir and Sonpur of Western Odisha. It is under the KBK district pertaining to the migrants of this area have been analyzed a number of aspects. Majority of migrants of these regions usually adopt internal migration, which is a seasonal or temporary in nature. It is not only seasonal, but also a distress-induced migration, mainly going for their livelihood. The reason behind migration shows that they are migrating due to lack of regular employment in their place of origin, or to get higher wage and attraction of lump sum cash advances. So the debt cycle of the migrants' household also acts as a prominent factor of migration. The migrants are usually motivated to adopt migration by agents, friends, and relatives. The labor contractor and the Dadan Sarkar is the prime motivator to migrate them only on the payment of cash advances, and which form the main attraction for migrations. And for them, it is a business to supply labor to the owner of the brick kilns and construction sector. The general destination of these distress-induced migrations are Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, and Gujarat. A few migrants have also moved to the North Indian states. So far as their landholding position is concerned, majority of them belongs to the landless, marginal, and small farmer categories. Due to poor landholding and lack of local employment, they are forced to adopt temporary migrations for their survivals. This process continues like a vicious circle of migration. In the process of distress-induced seasonal migration from these two districts, the Labor Department has very limited role to play, and the department has nothing to do neither with their condition at the destination nor with their betterment at the origin. They are subject to various types of exploitations by the owners and the labor contractors. Media has played an important role to rescue such tortured migrants. The state program of MG Narega has rural employment, which ensure 100 days of employment at least to one member of a family, suffer from many shortcomings and fails to keep the migrants at their native places. Migration cannot be checked completely, but measures should be taken to keep them in a locality through different labor-intensive work program. Then I come to the summary and conclusion parts. The common determinant of migration in rural areas are poverty, persistent unemployment, low and irregular wage conditions, landlessness, poor facilities of education, health, and which push these people to those areas like urban center where they identify the possibilities to overcome the above problem. The natural calamities like flood, drought, and famine can also become a push factor for migrations. Migrants may settle permanently in such area where there is a presence of pull factor, and whereas there are migrants who have different places for regular employment and higher wage but do not settle there and again come back to the place of origin. During the last 3 decades, this practice of Dadan labor has been followed to a very large extent in the KBK district of Western Odisha, especially Balangir district. And to minimize the problem of Dadan labor, Odisha was the first state to enact the law called Odisha Dadan labor. or Abolition Act 1975, which recognize, define and regulate the role of agents or dalal in the requirement procedure and sending labor to work outside the state. And then I come to the policy implication part. On the study of migration, the unemployment Harris-Todaro model have drawn a few policy implications. According to them, the payment of minimum wage to the additional industrial worker will induce more rural-urban migration to solve the problem of an institutional determined wages that is higher than the equilibrium level of labor should be employed according to the shadow wage at a payroll subsidy wage. And infrastructure development in the agricultural sector should, through irrigation, watershed management, will promote the agricultural development and which can absorb the local labor. The third policies or suggestion is social security measures such as insurance coverage should be extended to these migrants. And the Prime Minister Insurance Scheme 2015 is a well-directed steps to cover poor people under insurance protection scheme. Besides this, the needy and the helpless people need the protection of the state through proper implementation of different legal provisions such as Interstate Migration Workmen Act, Bonded Labor System Act, Child Labor Act, Minimum Wage Act, etc., so as to protect the interest of the migrants at the destination and the source as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ranjulata. So, Amarendra, is there anybody to present?
No, sir. Presentation is over. So now, with your remarks, we can wind up.
Thank you. We all know that actually last year we witnessed the second largest mass migration in the history after the participation of India in 1947. And this COVID-19 pandemic exposed so many things. The weak links in our system. It unearthed some loopholes in the system. A lot is to be done. Registration of migrants, for example, needs to be more systematic. States must establish unorganized workers social security board, instituting simple and effective boards for workers to register, encouraging self-registration process, access to the public distribution system, digitization of the beneficiaries list. So a lot is to be done. The migrants should be provided with portable health care and basic social protection through a self-registration process. Ministries of government of India need to ensure that skill programs are provided to the migrants. So there are so many issues. And a lot of research actually has been done after this pandemic, and economists as well as the scientists, the researchers, all are now more active after this pandemic. And let us hope for a better tomorrow for the poor, distressed migrants. So thank you very much, Dr. Amarendra Das. I'm grateful to Orissa Economic Association and the organizer of this event for giving me this opportunity to listen some good papers and sharing the session. Thank you all the presenters. Thank you, Dr. Dokubondu Sahu, the discussant of this session. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you, Professor Mahapatra and Professor Sahu for chairing the session and discussing the papers that were presented, and also I must thank all the paper presenters who could present the paper here, and I'm sure actually the comments given by Dr. Sahu would be helpful to the paper presenters, and they would revise the papers, and because we do not have much time, we are not going for the response from the paper presenters. So in that, actually, I thank all of you, and I think we will close the day today, and then tomorrow we will meet again at 10 a.m. Okay, on the same platform. So the same link will be again useful for tomorrow. So that's all I would like to say. So this will close. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Amarendra sir.
Madam,